These are the planes that won wars. Proud veterans of the days when heroes fought in the skies.
You don't fly it, you actually strap it on, and then you are one with the aeroplane.
In hangars and workshops across Britain, engineers and enthusiasts are fighting a desperate duel against corrosion.
It's only glued on, I'm sure it'll be all right.
And the clock.
I'll be pretty gutted if we don't make it.
Their mission, to return historic military aircraft to the skies.
The hardest thing is finding the parts.
From Falklands vets to Cold War jets.
As a little lad, you go, Mum, 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 can I have an Airfix kit? Now it's time to play, isn't it?
But it can be an unpredictable business.
We fueled it up and all those seals decided to let go a bit.
We need a plan B. Not sure if we've got one.
And dangerous.
It can turn nasty quickly.
Contact. You're taking off thinking if the engine stops, where you're going to land. I mean, I've had 3 engine failures.
It takes serious money.
You need a cool £3 to £6 million to get a good Spitfire.
And total dedication.
Minus 28. Some of the tools are freezing up.
15 minutes of holding a screwdriver, you can't feel your fingers.
This time on Warbird Workshop, a small plane with big problems.
We took the fabric off the wings and they literally fell apart.
And the German pilot determined to save the unique American Warbird that could have killed him.
A wing breaks and you go down, no walking away from that, no.
It's a mammoth project for a father and son team used to big challenges.
It's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, right, the whole wing can come in now. Whoa!
Portsmouth, home to the Royal Navy and the port that helped win the war. Today, its battleships have been scrapped and the fleet is a fifth of its size in 1945. But one war veteran is about to return to duty.
Unfortunately, this one had an accident in Calais in France and ended up on its back.
The Aeronca Defender has a claim to being one of America's least known warbirds. But this one was German pilot Alex Kutz's pride and joy.
I turned into the taxiway and then a wind gust just span around my plane, and unfortunately there was a drain. The left wheel got stuck and the wind just flipped over the airplane.
We recovered it, brought it back and have been repairing it ever since. What started off as quite a simple repair for us has morphed into quite a big overhaul.
Engineer Mark Masters and his son James have a mission.
How many of these do you want for that other aileron?
To get the Defender back in the air by 2020, the 75th anniversary of the end of the war.
Good. Start spraying it this afternoon then.
Mark will be passing on 30 years of expertise to his apprentice.
He never does what he's told, what son does. They always know best, but eventually he sees my way and we get there in the end. He's never let me down.
He questions a lot of things I do because I know I'm right most of the time. Me and Dad have a really good connection.
With the help of assistant Chris.
Invited him along one day to just give us a hand and it's grown from there. Yeah, we couldn't be without him now.
Alex chose Mark because he'd helped restore another of his planes.
He's passionate, he's been understanding, and he's just a thoroughly nice chap.
It's December 2018, and after years of painstaking work, Mark is beginning the final and most crucial stage of the restoration. The wings and tailplane have already been rebuilt. Now, he's completing the aircraft's wood and fabric control surfaces.
So this is the rudder off the little Aeronca Defender. This has been covered in fabric, it's been rib stitched, and then we've had all these tapes applied. It's had the first coat of what we call rounder-proof.
It's been a bigger job than anyone expected.
We took the fabric off the wings. The wings were all made of wood and they literally fell apart when we took the fabric off. So we had to completely remake both wings, new ribs, everything. They had total glue failure.
That hidden problem could have caused a serious structural failure.
Super, mich sieht man immer nur Dinge rausmachen. Eigentlich bin ich halt
Owner Alex Kutz is an orthodontist whose private passion is flying and old planes. including those which fought in World War II.
Mark was happy that I'm still alive because he showed me the woodwork and the wood was rotten all over and the wing ribs were just kind of paper which ripped in your fingers, and it's hard to say, but it was good luck. Well, the nightmare scenario would be that you fly and a wing breaks and you go down and that's it.
Chris, if you pull that through about 3 foot, I should be able to feel it. Go on.
Mark has replaced hundreds of components in the Defender. While the dope on the wings and tailplane dries, he's finishing work on the fuselage.
Go on.
You want it all the way in?
Yeah. We've got a bit of interior work to do. We've got the brakes to set up, they're cable-operated brakes. The engine was just completely shot, all out of limits, so we've had to source another engine for the aircraft.
Some Defenders braved enemy gunfire during the Allied invasion of Europe, but a natural phenomenon that choked its tiny engine with little warning was almost as great a threat to its pilots.
We're connecting up the carb heat. The purpose of the carburetor heat is that these carbs are very simple Venturi carburetor, and you can get ice forming inside in the right conditions. So we have this box on here. This is where the air would normally come in through a filter, but the box allows us, via a control in the cockpit, to close a shutter inside, and that will then allow the air to come from a shroud around the exhaust, which takes warm air through the carburetor and would melt any ice.
Ex-soldier Chris came to the workshop to learn on the job.
I've only been doing this 3-4 years. It started off as a kind of hobby, a passion. You learn this by someone with skills like Mark, who teaches you. And Mark's been doing this kind of thing for 30 years. There's not many people out there who still do this kind of work. So I suppose it's a bit like the old school apprenticeship. He starts off showing me very basic things and you just progress. You know, doing fabric work and rib stitching is quite an art.
So I, as a kid, was a plane spotter, always built airfix models. I left school, did apprenticeship at the old airfield at Hamble. About early 90s, started up on my own and worked on Youngmans, Stomps, Pipers. We've done a few overseas jobs. Generally survived and we're still going strong.
I fly as well, so working on them gives me a better understanding for when I fly, and flying on them gives me a better understanding for when I work on them. So you know how important things are.
It's February, and apprentice James has been called away for a week to work on another plane. So Mark has drafted in a young pilot with a passion for engineering to help out. Andy has flown in from the Isle of Wight.
Left the airfield at 10 to 9, got airborne and headed over. Beautiful commute. Then walked over the road and started working on the lovely old aircraft. Life is bliss.
Owning a rare Warbird requires dedication and often deep pockets. For a young engineer, the chance to work on one remains a privilege.
It's the character of them, beautifully built, some of them, really nicely built. Being able to touch it, you know, all that history behind it. It's not just some spam can flying around teaching students, it's going to go on for years and years.
But the team are about to discover that restoring a Warbird is rarely easy. Next, they must attach the newly rebuilt wings to the fuselage for the first time.
You always get to this stage and think we're nearly there, and then you realise that actually you're probably about halfway there.
In this hangar at Leon Solent near Portsmouth, the restoration of a rare Aeronca Defender is about to take a major step forward.
So my heart is thumping a little bit at the moment. Right, ready? Right, we'll get the struts.
For Mark, it's a big day. The struts which support the wings were damaged beyond repair in the accident and are no longer available. So they've been manufactured from scratch.
We need the bullet bolts and some screwdrivers, which I'll get. because they were a lot of work and an awful lot of money. So we're going to lift it, put it on the attachment points, just slop a screwdriver through for now. If you need a break, just shout.
There's no guarantee the struts or the wings will fit. They must precisely align several holes, all at once.
Right, just come towards the aeroplane with the back. Yeah, go on. Go on.
It's near in.
Well, that went almost too well.
The wings go on smoothly, but they are supported by the brand new struts. Tube has been imported from America and custom welded to precise plans.
So we're going to see if we can get this on now. So this is the jury strut. This just braces the struts in flight, stops them, just gives them a bit of rigidity. Right.
The main load struts fit perfectly, but one of the supporting jury struts doesn't.
I think all it is this weld here is probably built up a bit more than the original, and it's stopping the strut from going down. It's just hitting that weld. Not by much. I can see the hole when it goes up.
The strut will have to be modified by the metal worker who made it.
I'm going to run a reamer through that. It's just tight coming out the other side of the bracket.
And the team hoped they were on the last lap of the rebuild.
Well, the next thing is to put all the stars and bars on the wings. There's some stenciling to go on the fuselage. I've just got the cowlings to paint and fit. This boot cowl goes on there. And then the windscreen, we've got a new windscreen for it. That's got to be fitted.
With summer approaching, their customer is keen to get his hands on his newly refurbished Defender. But this Warbird is putting up a fight.
You always get to this stage and think we're nearly there, and then you realise that actually you're probably about halfway there.
In Germany, Alex is keeping up his flying skills at a gliding club near his home in the foothills of the Alps.
Now we are at the southern part of Germany, and we have a perfect gliding spot right here. Because we have a lot of local thermals around here, around the airfield, so it's a pleasure for gliding. You can go to Switzerland, you can go to Austria, you can go to Bavaria, just over the Alps, and then you're in Italy. It takes you about 1.5 hours. It's a very good place to be here.
What's flying mean to you?
Well, it's number 2 after my family. It's everything for me in my life, in my spare time, and I have great friends around here, good community, and yeah, that makes sense for me. You always have to be aware of the risks, and there are a lot of risks in the Alps. You have to know the scenery, and then you have to know where to fly to get the lift, and you have to know what places to avoid, because some kind of valley winds that just drop you down, and you have to stay away from the mountains. The rewards are great. The scenery, the mountains, and with those fields of snow still remaining even in the summer, and the glaciers.
These skies were once the home of Hitler's mighty Luftwaffe, whose formidable pilots, flying fighters like the Messerschmitt 109, took a terrible toll on Allied airmen during the war. Today, in the UK, the planes they once flew are kept flying by a growing band of enthusiasts. But Germany's relationship with planes of the Nazi era is still uneasy.
The markings are absolutely forbidden in Germany. Even when you fly models, you're forbidden to do any kind of swastika on the tail feathers. On the other hand, I think it's good to preserve the airworthiness of a handful of planes which still exist and are still airworthy, just in order to present it to our ancestors. Our generation had nothing to do with our former generation, so I think we should remember the things that happened. What we don't have to emphasize always, there is a special guilt on the Germans because of happening through the war, and war is always wrong. And if you look to the world today, I think it's quite smart to sit on the table like we do and talk to each other.
Got it?
Back in Hampshire, Mark is putting the Defender back into uniform. Every inch of her fabric has been replaced and repainted with 10 coats of dope and paint.
So we're just masking up to put the insignia on the wings, so as the stars and bars on the wings, the same as the side of the fuselage. So we've stenciled the shape out. We've taped it up with the blue tape you can see, which is a fine line tape. That gives us a nice crisp edge to the paint. If you were to use masking tape, when you take the tape off, the edge will be all frayed. Because the fabric flexes, you need a paint which will flex. If you use like a standard 2-pack car paint and you don't have any flex agent or a plasticizer in the paint, what tends to happen is it goes very brittle and hard. Then as the fabric flexes, the paint will crack.
Through scaling up wartime photographs, Mark has produced accurate templates, but it seems every Defender was unique.
If you actually look at loads of images of Defenders, everything's different. You know, there doesn't seem to be a set way of doing it. I'm sure in wartime operation, if someone was tasked with painting the aircraft in the field, the markings would go on where they went on.
The art of producing the perfect paint job requires preparation and concentration.
When I put the fine line on, I'm forever looking down. I'm just making sure there's no flats on the radiuses. We want to make sure we've got nice straight lines all the way through, everything is square. And you know, to me, it's worth spending the time, because when you finish and take the tape off, it's going to look right.
There are no shortcuts. Even the wing markings will take days of work.
The first coat is just a key coat, so I just put a very light coat on, and then let that flash off, and then I'll put a slightly fuller coat on. We'll see how that looks. I tend to do it by eye, but I would imagine there'd be 3 or 4 coats of white, and then I need to put the red on, so that'd be probably 2 or 3 coats of red, and then I need to mask the blue up as well. So again, another couple of coats of blue.
He's skilled, very skilled. If you put a certain colour on top of another colour, it might bleed through, so you've got to work all that out first. During the war, they always used the matte, because obviously it's not reflective.
I'm very passionate. I get a lot of pride out of my work. I get a lot of pride out of doing the job correctly, and and I get a lot of pride of seeing the aeroplanes 20 or 30 years later, and they still look as good as the day we did it.
As Mark's reputation has grown, the spare space in his hangar has shrunk. New customers are always welcome, but there's a queue.
We're pretty stacked at the moment. So this is a Bell 47 helicopter. It's very similar to the helicopter we all know from MASH. And then we move on to a Booker Youngman, which is another project. And this one is one of the Spanish-built ones. What else have we got? So this is an Aeronca Chief. And this is a side-by-side civilian aircraft, although again, some of these were used in the military. So this is a Curtiss Robin, 1928. I mean, it's incredible that, just sort of 15 years from when the Wright brothers first flew their powered glider, they were coming up with things like this.
Mark's next deadline, however, is looming. The cosmetic restoration of this jet, once capable of speeds of over 700 miles per hour.
So this is a Hawker Hunter. This is a bit of a departure for us. It's obviously a non-airworthy aircraft, but we were approached by a local businessman who had purchased the aircraft. His father actually flew Hawker Hunters for the Iraqi Air Force in the 60s.
The British aircraft industry is making a new push in the face of declining foreign sales.
When it first flew, the Hunter was one of the fastest planes in the sky.
And at Farnborough, they put on a spanking display of new craft, like the Hunter Mark 12.
Its owner has a special reason to restore this jet.
He wanted to do something to pay homage to his father, so he's bought the aircraft, and as you can see, we've completely stripped it. We're doing some repairs, and then it's going to go outside the guy's business.
Mark now has two deadlines approaching. He needs to transport the Hunter jet over 45 miles and then raise it onto a plinth and reattach the wings.
You just have to think about what you're doing, take your time, and it's fine. But yeah, it is bloody nerve-wracking as well.
And the team must reassemble the Defender, ready for a test flight.
Problem arrives, you conquer them and learn for the next project, really.
It's June 2019, just 6 months to the 75th anniversary of the year the war ended. Today, the Defender will be assembled ready for its first test flight. For this, Mark's team will need hangar space with runway access.
Today we're taking it over to Britain Norman, who are just on the airfield. It's literally a 3-minute drive up the road. I mean, we could almost push the aeroplane there.
Britain Norman have manufactured the Islander aircraft for over 50 years. And fortunately, they have a spare corner in their new hangar.
So the hangar allows us to assemble the aircraft and gives us direct access to the airfield, which obviously for test flying is something we need.
Every component has now been fixed, fabricated or found. By the end of the day, the aim is to have a complete aircraft.
We found delaminating plywood, we found ribs that had suffered glue failure, so all that's been done now. So the wings are pretty much like brand new wings now. All the steel work, all the corrosion that we found in the airframe has all been done and treated. So it's pretty much a new aeroplane.
But when working with vintage planes, things rarely go according to plan. This project has taught James to improvise.
The problem arrives, you conquer them and learn for the next project, really.
But there's one area where James still admits Dad knows best.
I leave the spraying to the boss because he's the best at it. Especially this matte colour. It's quite hard to apply.
The years haven't been kind to the Defender. Virtually no component has been left untouched.
Originally, the rudder just didn't fit very well at all. So we've had to take all the hinge points off and redo them. And it actually fits quite well now.
It's time to attach the wings and their supporting struts. The issues with the jury strut have now been resolved.
Come in at the front, Chris. Replace all the hardware. I mean, potentially, some of the hardware that had been on there, I mean, you take it out, the CAD plating's gone, there's corrosion, so it's just not worth it. I mean, you're putting the aeroplane together now potentially for another 20, 25 years. Come around a little bit to me.
Down, 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 down. Stop.
The newly modified jury struts slide on with gentle persuasion.
Ready, Chris? I think this one was a bit more of a wiggle. That's going.
Every detail must be checked and double-checked.
Other way.
Yeah. Probably taken about 1,000 hours.
Down. There we go.
It's just nice to see the end of it now.
I like to just tap it through that way. Hold it there. Alex can now know he's got an aeroplane which is structurally safe and sound. We had a little bit of jiggery-pokery, but everything's on. There's no undue strain that concerns me. It's been a good day. It's pretty much there.
Now assembly is complete, the airworthiness of the Defender must be assessed by the Light Aircraft Association, which helps police aviation safety in the UK.
We have to calculate with a pilot and fuel where the centre of gravity will fall. After that, it really becomes engine runs and a paperwork issue.
Mark is happy his job is done. It's time to start looking for a pilot to carry out a test flight. In Germany, Alex is hard at work. His successful dental business has bankrolled the restoration, but it's been a painful process, plagued by unpleasant surprises.
Orthodontics is like restoring an old aeroplane because you just want to do it once in a lifetime and then just keep it alive and go to maintenance.
He's been keeping in touch with progress in the UK throughout.
Yeah, hi Mark, how are you doing? So, what do you think at what time can I come and get it?
It's the paperwork. So I'm hoping, by the end of, mid-July, all the paperwork will be in.
Okay.
And then it's really down to the LAA.
And the struts are okay right now?
Yeah, they're all good. We had to adjust one of the jury struts.
Okay.
But they absolutely fall on. I'm so pleased with them.
Alex is such a fan of the Aeronca company, he now owns 2 of their planes. Mark helped restore this one in England.
Just have a look at it. You have it's nothing to compare it. You just have to look at it and say, wow.
Aeronca designs were aimed at the man in the street, and thousands bought into the dream of a Cadillac in the sky.
That's a great craftsmanship, and it's a great paint job, and every nut and bolt is restored in the correct way. That's terrific.
The accident became an opportunity to transform the Defender, and he was happy to wait for Mark to do the job.
He's such a lovely guy, and he's doing such a good work, so I told him, just go ahead and let me know when you're ready. Oh, I can't wait.
But in the UK, Mark is still waiting for the Defender's vital paperwork, and his team are racing to meet another deadline.
Right, well, we'll just turn it around then.
The Hunter jet has been given a fresh coat of paint and is ready for its new home in Basingstoke.
We're just going to put the fuselage on the trailer first, and then the wings will lift out of the wing stands, go onto the high-ab lorry and a trailer, then we're going to take it up to the customer's premises.
It's going to be stressful. Got to be really careful, obviously, because of fresh paint work. Where strops go, where we lift it from, it's all going to be precise.
Mark has enlisted the help of a specialist local company he's used before.
It is a bit nerve-wracking. We've put so much effort and hours and time into the job. Obviously, you don't want anything to happen now.
Some areas of the fuselage are thick metal plate. Others would be instantly crushed by the jet's weight. Only Mark fully understands the jet's internal structure.
Right, just stop. Can we go up? Wayne, we can't put it there. You just have to work through it and think about what you're doing. Take your time, and it's fine. But yeah, it is bloody nerve-wracking as well.
Eventually, the fuselage is safely secured. Mark's thoughts now move to the destination.
I think for me, it's just the lift when the aeroplane's suspended in the air, and obviously, hoping no one's going to do any damage to it on the way up. It's quite a wide load, but other than that, I'm reasonably confident.
The Hunter jet winds its way to its new home in Basingstoke. When it arrives, Mark's team will need to raise it onto a plinth and reattach the wings.
We're way miles too high on the back.
With the Defender reassembled, it's time for the test flight. And there's a problem.
Oh, oil pressure.
In the hangar at Leon Solent, the Aeronca Defender is ready for takeoff. But until a vital survey by the Light Aircraft Association is done, it's not going anywhere. And today, engineer Mark Master's mind is elsewhere. It's early evening, and in Hampshire he is nervously awaiting the delivery of a Hunter jet.
Everything's arrived in one piece, no issues, and we're just going to start unloading the wings, and then we'll do the fuselage. So all's good so far.
As a new day begins in Basingstoke, work gets underway. The pressure's on. They only have the crane for one day.
Just grease up these sleeves.
James, can you just grab hold of that, please? Go on, up you go. Up. Yeah, down. Down.
Everything lines up perfectly.
Right, can you pass us the bolts up? Yeah? It was a bit squeaky bum time with it hanging off the crane, but it's slotted in the plinth perfectly, and really happy. So you're set for the top.
Now the job everyone has been dreading. It's time to attach the wings, and someone needs to climb on top of the smooth, damp fuselage.
I'm happy to do it, but I didn't see anyone else jump into it, and I'm the lightest, so it's going to be very, very close. So we're trying to get the angle of the crane, of the strops, to get the angle of the wing. So it's going to take a little time, a little fine-tuning, but we'll get there.
What I want you to do, Al, is try and line it up laterally. Yeah, well, hold it there, hold it. We've got to go up at the front of the wing on that chain. So we're way miles too high on the back. So it's got to come back. Yeah, right, the whole wing can come in now. Whoa.
But after hours of head scratching...
There we go, there we go. Go on, that's it, you got it, you got it.
It's bolted into place, and the team can move on to the other wing.
This is pretty good, actually.
The second wing is fitted in under an hour.
Yeah, that's going. There she goes. Right, relax. All good. The second one went straight on.
For Mark, the job is done. An historic Warbird back in military colours and ready for inspection.
I hope it's everything he hoped it would be. I think it looks fantastic.
For businessman Rafi Razak, it's a landmark tribute to his father Abdul.
My father would be very, very proud in what I have done. It's a combination of remembering my father's history as well as the great British engineering to produce such a plane.
October 2019, when the paperwork has arrived. It's time to test fly the Defender.
A little anxious, of course, because, you know, it's just human nature. But no, I wouldn't say I'm nervous. Obviously, we're confident of what we've done.
I think it looks brilliant, and as soon as we see it up in the air, it'll be a nice feeling. So, fingers crossed.
Mark has recruited Rich Valla, a veteran pilot with experience in similar aircraft.
The first thing I'll be looking for is to just make sure that all the controls are working as you would expect, and the responses of the aircraft to those control inputs are what you'd expect. I will probably then just sort of disappear out to the north just for a little bit and try to do an impressive landing, because no matter how good the flight is, everybody judges it on the landing.
The engine has been run successfully several times today, but this will be its first flight.
Mark has done an excellent job of restoring it. Primed and locked. Throttle set. Contact.
But before it even begins, it seems the test flight is over.
Oh, oil pressure.
Despite meticulous preparations, there are gremlins in the system. and the test is cut short.
I'm not going to run it with no oil pressure, Mark.
What the hell?
That was up to 35 straight away last
Nothing.
time.
Fortunately, Mark quickly diagnoses a faulty gauge, and he has a replacement.
Throttle set. Contact.
Right. Oil pressure is looking good. Temperature is starting to rise. Altimeter is set to 0, which is airfield height.
With all the dials looking good and a favourable forecast, Rich is happy. It's time to get the Defender in the air.
Left aileron is up, right is down, right aileron is up, and left is down, and everything is wiggling and waggling with nothing preventing any fall-free movement. Feet off the brakes, lined up with the runway.
After a recent accident, this is now the only airworthy Defender in the country.
And we're climbing out at 75 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour. We're at 1,000 feet, following the noise abatement circuit over the green areas.
The Defender will need to be mechanically perfect to make the flight back to Germany. A series of rigorous checks are carried out. Performance and handling are monitored constantly.
900 feet, climbing at 70 miles an hour, 2100 RPM, 14 psi, oil pressure and the temperature.
To complete the test, Rich only needs to make a safe landing.
And we're final to land this time, and we're coming 250 feet. It's crosswind from the left. Speed is a little bit high, 65.
Rich must make his approach over open water and the busy beachfront of the south coast.
And we're down and getting ready to vacate the runway to the left.
As the Defender taxis in, Mark sends photos over to Alex in Germany.
Yeah, that's gone. So he's probably deep inside someone's root canal at the minute.
Mark knows that everything looked good from the ground, but Rich will be the one deciding if the Defender is fit to fly on.
What do you reckon?
It flies nicely.
Oh, that's good. I'm really pleased. Well done, Rich.
The landing wasn't brilliant, but
it looked all right from 3 miles away.
Good. So do I.
With the all clear from Rich, it's another finished restoration.
We've put a lot of effort into that, but I've got to be honest, and I'm sure anyone that does a project like this will say, you know, you're ready for it to fly and disappear and start the next one.
It's time for Alex to book his flights to pick up his Warbird. It's December, and the Defender is about to be reunited with its owner.
This is actually the first time I've ever been involved with the owners coming in and seeing the plane for the first time, so it'll be a new one for me. Obviously, when you're working, you think things can be better, but once you finally get there and you stand back and look at the finished product, I think it looks really good.
Right, let's go.
Alex has flown in from Germany.
Today we are at Goodwood, and it's the first time I will see my aeroplane. I'm very nervous to see it after such a long time, and I think I'll take a ride with Richard. Oh! Damn! I won't fly her. I keep her like that and... Ooh! Wow! It smells the same.
Yeah.
Great. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
The long restoration has turned Alex from a customer into a friend.
Mark.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Wow. I want to look like that when I'm 74 or 75.
It was a nice reaction. Obviously, the last time you saw the aeroplane was when it was on its back in Calais.
New engine, new prop, great.
Alex's plane has a new temporary home, the former wartime airfield at Goodwood.
The visibility is perfect. The wind is straight down the runway here, so that in itself is a good thing. It has full dual controls. It really shouldn't be a problem, whichever one of us wants to fly it.
2020 is just weeks away, the 75th anniversary of 1945, and the year that brought peace to the West will be a major event in mainland Europe.
You're strapped in, Alex?
Yep,
And comfortable?
I'm comfortable.
And finally, a full and free controls.
Okay.
It's just a passion within the person. I mean, you know, Alex loves old aeroplanes. It's a bit like someone who loves old cars. You know, flying a modern aeroplane just doesn't do it for some people. He'd rather be up there flying by your seat of your pants with a very basic panel. And I think there's something nice about owning a bit of history.
Attack Echo X-ray November, giving information below to you.
There's no turning back now.
All right. You happy?
Yeah.
Okay. Lined up on the runway, tail wheel is straight. Slight crosswind, so RPM rising.
The aeroplane's flown probably nearly 4 hours now for the test flying programme. So, you know, any little bugs, not that there were that many, are sorted.
Goes down, let the speed build. Turn slightly into wind. We're pulling 2,000 RPM.
It's a lovely day. It's calm. There's not much of a wind, so it was pretty much a textbook takeoff. Yeah, it looked good.
Oh, it's nice to be back in the air now, I should think. I'm pleased for you.
Yeah, Mark did a terrific job, didn't he?
He's done a lovely job, and it's just such a lovely aeroplane to fly because it just has that military wartime feel to it, which is just fantastic.
They've gone flying over the Solent. Alex will fly the aeroplane, and then they'll come back and hopefully all's gone well.
How does it feel to get your hands on it again?
Unbelievable.
I've had a really good working relationship with him. He's become a good friend. Yeah, it's great. It's good to see him happy, and it's lovely to see him get up in the aeroplane.
Radio vacated, taxi to hangar 4, please.
Perfect. It was worth all the money, and it was worth waiting for it, and I'm happy with it, yeah.
Once again, one of the rarest warbirds is on patrol over southern England. Soon, she'll be heading south to the Alps and a new home. A lasting memorial to the pilots who brought peace to Europe 75 years ago. They are the planes that won wars, proud veterans of the days when heroes fought in the skies.
You don't fly it, you actually strap it on, and then you are one with the aeroplane.
In hangars and workshops across Britain, engineers and enthusiasts are fighting a desperate duel against corrosion.
It's only glued on, I'm sure it'll be all right.
And the clock.
I'll be pretty gutted if we don't make it.
Their mission? To return historic military aircraft to the skies.
The hardest thing is finding the parts.
From Falklands vets to Cold War jets.
As a little lad, you go, Mum, can I have an Airfix kit? Now it's time to play, isn't it?
But it can be an unpredictable business.
We fueled it up and all those seals decided to let go a bit.
We need a plan B. Not sure if we've got one.
And dangerous.
It can turn nasty quickly.
Contact.
You're taking off thinking if the engine stops, where are you going to land? I mean, I've had 3 engine failures.
It takes serious money.
You need a cool £3 to £6 million to get a good Spitfire.
And total dedication.
Minus 28. Some of the tools are freezing up.
15 minutes of holding a screwdriver, you can't feel your fingers.
This time on Warbird Workshop, mission almost impossible.
I just thought we're never going to get this thing flying.
The team ordered to rebuild a Spitfire wrecked in a crash.
One of the wings had been ripped off and the spars had broken.
On the airfield that was once the front line in the Battle of Britain.
You are literally walking on the same ground that those young pilots would have walked on in the 1940s. It's a real privilege.
Golf Alpha Victor, Biggin, information Delta, QNH 10.
Biggin Hill Airport, Kent.
Start approved, expect the Brookmans Park 2 departure from runway 03.
Today,
ready for departure.
It's home to the helicopters and business jets of London's elite. But in a corner of the airfield, a unique aviation company is fighting to put vintage warplanes back in the air. And this is their latest target. Two years ago, Spitfire MJ772, veteran of 50 wartime combat missions, was wrecked in a crash in a Kentish field. It was all but destroyed. Chief Engineer Franco Tambasia remembers the day well.
Because I was one of the guys who went to the field where it crashed. I just thought we're never going to get this thing flying.
The plane has been bought by the Heritage Hangar, a company which owns and operates a small squadron of vintage Spitfires, flying paying passengers. Former Royal pilot Richard Verrill is a senior manager, and he knows the rebuild is a massive task.
In any forced landing off-airfield situation, we would land with the undercarriage retracted, and that means that you're landing actually on a very flat surface. Of course, the propeller strikes the ground because you're not on the undercarriage.
One of the wings had been ripped off, all the panels had torn and the spars had broken. So the first job, we were in the other hangar, stripped everything out of it, assessed damage on all the components.
Project manager Paul Ager and the company's full-time team of engineers have taken 18 months to reach this, the most critical phase in the rebuild. They've been set a 6-month deadline to get 772 back in the air.
Alex, he's an apprentice, but he's really picked it up well.
Eventually you're not going to have that knowledge there anymore, so it's nice that it's probably got passed down.
Gary hasn't been with us that long. We've used his skills to do all the hydraulic pipes and the coolant pipes. Jack's been sort of engine fitting and he does a lot of the metal work with me. He's studied aeronautical engineering. Been offered the opportunity to work on jets, but I really enjoy working on Spitfires. It is a privilege to be working on them.
The project begins with the most serious damage.
One wing wasn't as bad as the other. The port wing was the one that got ripped off, but we were obviously going to re-spar both wings. A massive task, let's put it that way.
A wing spar is solid tubes that go through each wing, which is your main structure. Pretty critical part, yeah. These are 2 brand new spars here, and you can see the structure of them. They're tube that's squared off, and they're all laid inside each other. And the benefit of that is if you have one tube that's cracked, it doesn't transfer to the next tube. The lift force from the whole wing is concentrated through a cross-sectional area of these 2 spars, and that is all that holds the wing on.
The added complexity is that few components are newly engineered.
The crack with this is that we're putting together quite an original aircraft, a lot of original parts. On the shelves there, all the original bits from this particular aircraft, which is nice to have.
They didn't have long to wait.
80 years ago, the Spitfire made history in the Battle of Britain. 20,000 were built. Less than 50 still fly, and even fewer have seen real combat, like 772. The thousands of components that make up a Spitfire were produced all over the UK as part of a cottage industry. Renovating or replacing them now is far from straightforward.
Although they were sort of jigged and made in a similar way, there is still variation. Although it's sort of the same part, you'll try and take that off of that one and the holes won't line up. Back when they were made in the war, they just wanted to get them built as quickly as possible.
The team are at a critical stage, fitting newly renovated flaps to the wings. Their rebuild is reliant on many re-engineered spare parts.
The left-hand flaps were quite badly damaged, so all the ribs in them were replaced.
The flaps are vital. They allow the pilot to reduce airspeed enough to safely touch down on the runway. They have to be aligned precisely.
Pretty critical. They need to deploy at the same angle. You have one down further than you have your isometric roll. You're almost building the wing to the flap.
Flow, it sits nice and flat. What we've got is a tiny bit of droop there, and what we're doing is as we're riveting in it, we're putting a slight set in the ribs to actually pick that up.
It's a painstaking process. The ribs are adjusted by fractions of an inch until the perfect fit is achieved. The team are committed to making this Spitfire as near original as possible. But this presents a huge problem for our operations manager, Darren Trey.
I think the hardest thing is finding the parts. You can't just go and buy stock, so you need to either manufacture it or seek it out.
But if you know where to look, there's a surprising source of genuine components.
We call it new old stock because it is new, but it's, as the name suggests, it's old stock.
This box hasn't been opened since it left the factory in 1945.
So this one, as you can see on the front, is a Smith's RPM gauge, or as they call it, an engine speed indicator. So this is showing you the speed of the engine. And so I'll open it up now, and this is inside an RPM gauge. And this is as close to new as you're going to get, with the exception of being a bit dusty.
The market for spares has been inflated by enthusiasts scouring eBay for Spitfire parts. A rear-view mirror can sell for £1,000.
You can't fault people for it. Everyone wants a bit of Spitfire, but you've got all these serviceable parts that we then can't get hold of. Control columns are quite expensive. I mean, I've seen them go for 1,500 quid, so it's astronomical sometimes.
In 1940, the new Spitfire cost £10,000, equivalent to £500,000 today. But they can now change hands for £5 million.
It's not cheap. The value of a Spitfire is very variable because it depends on its mark, its history. MJ772, like all two-seat Spitfires, started life as a single-seat Spitfire, so she had quite an illustrious history.
To find that it actually flew over Normandy on D-Day was something that was very, very special. After that, it was sort of chasing the Germans as they retreated, bomber escorts, so it's got a real varied history.
In 5 months, MJ772 must be in the air.
Good morning, Fly Spitfire.
But as passengers begin booking trips in the new Warbird, the technical team face 3 major challenges. They must work out the puzzle of her damaged cooling system.
There isn't a set drawing for how the pipework should run.
Adjust her vital control cables and fit a new mighty Merlin.
Probably the most famous engine of all time.
Putting an historic Spitfire back in the skies means removing and replacing worn-out parts that have helped to write history. There's 5 months to go before war veteran MJ772 is due to make its first flight, and its design is presenting the engineering team with its biggest challenge. The Spitfire was descended from seaplanes, the supermarine racers that competed in speed trials against the rest of the world's fastest for the Schneider Trophy in the 1930s.
Very high performance seaplanes, very, very well designed. Reginald Mitchell went on to develop the Spitfire based on the Schneider racers. Monocoque fuselage aluminium aeroplane, which is totally different to what had been going before.
And one of designer R.J. Mitchell's obsessions when he was turning seaplane into fighter was the least glamorous component on the plane. Without it, the Spitfire would have no structural rigidity. The tiny rivet is an unsung hero.
You can't really weld aluminium together, so riveting is the easiest way of permanently fixing two or multiple parts together.
In the course of the rebuild, they've had to replace thousands of 1940s rivets.
Once you get going, it's all exceptionally tedious.
So when Mitchell suggested most of the planes should have flush rivets as opposed to the quick-fix domed variety, there was opposition. But he had a point to prove.
I did experiment by putting split Ps over flush rivets.
The result? A 20-knot difference in speed. If you're being chased by a Messerschmitt, it could be the difference between life and death.
Good morning, Fly Spitfire. Yeah, so we've got suits that you can wear and you'll get a brief before you go and fly.
Operating out of Biggin Hill is wonderful because when you walk outside the hangar, you are literally walking on the same ground that those young pilots would have walked on in the 1940s. I think taking the passengers here constantly reminds you of how special it is. You get to hear all these individual stories of what connects people with the Spitfire.
Today, Eve Mann from Surrey will fulfill a lifelong dream.
I've always been interested in speed, and I've raced, would you believe, a 2CV. Well, my husband died 6 years ago, and he was in the RAF, and he was a flying officer. And as he was leaving the RAF, he had a position taken up in university, and he was offered a position with the Spitfire, and he turned it down. He kicked himself forevermore. So I'm here today, actually, to do it for him. I'm just debating whether to ask the pilot to do a victory roll, actually. Really great to see that exhaust coming out.
Yes. Golf Sierra Bravo, taxi by Alpha 4, the holding point, Foxtrot 1, runway 03. Alpha 4, Foxtrot 03, Alpha Sierra.
Let's go and have some fun.
There's the power set, the tail's up, keeping us straight with the rudder, and then just holding that picture, waiting for about 85 miles an hour, which we've got. There we are, airborne, brakes go on, swap hands, undercarriage is travelling. There's the gear up, intercom factor voice activated, and then we'll start to climb.
Passing runway 03, also routing via 7X.
All okay there, Eve?
That's fine, thanks a lot.
Great. Braking left in 3, 2, 1, now.
First stop for Eve, a visit to a familiar racetrack.
So what we'll do is we'll go round and have a quick look at Brands Hatch.
That's brilliant.
That bring back memories for you, Eve?
Yep.
I'll raise the nose gently back above the horizon, and then we'll roll left all the way round in that victory roll for you, okay?
Okay.
So it's all clear. And rolling left now. All okay, Eve?
Yep, fine, thank you.
Good.
A victory roll by a wartime pilot returning to base was a celebration of survival and another enemy plane defeated.
Slightly right wing low to deal with the crosswind.
That was fantastic.
Well, I hope that lived up to your expectations, as say, Eve.
More than so, actually.
Okay.
damn good, actually. Glad I did the victory roll too. Peter would have been dead pleased. The only man who ever turned a Spitfire down.
Oh dear. What do you think he'd say if he could see you now?
I don't see why the bloody hell you've made it.
To keep their Spitfires in the air, the Heritage Hangars engineers must try to bring 21st century reliability to their 1940s power units. In each aircraft's nose is a Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, a 27-litre technical marvel producing more than 1,000 horsepower and guzzling a gallon of high-octane petrol every minute.
To sit behind a Merlin when it's running, it's just a sheer joy. Probably the most famous engine of all time.
It is the beating heart of the Spitfire, and MJ772 is about to receive a brand new reconditioned Merlin.
You've got the engine bearer, which itself is quite a complex bit of kit, and that takes an awful amount of restoration. I mean, it looks fairly straightforward, but then you count up the number of bolts and brackets and the angles that are involved in it. It's quite a complicated thing.
Obviously, you have to be careful. It's a lot of weight, 3/4 of a tonne, so be careful lifting it in. Yeah, very expensive to get it overhauled as well.
It's worth about £150,000. The sooner it sits in the nose, the better.
Installing the engine, you pretty much lower it in, and to actually attach it in, it is just a number of bolts.
But to make the Merlin roar, the engineering team must replace the extensive network of piping that the Spitfire's designers created to dissipate the heat from the massive engine.
Yeah, for an aeroplane that's got a very slim wing, it was a very clever design.
MJ772's wings are packed with copper piping.
Basically a complete system goes through the engine, gets hot, goes to the radiators, gets cooled, and then back up to the coolant tank, and then it just carries on the cycle.
It's a complex design with a fatal flaw when it comes to rebuilding it.
There isn't a set drawing for how the pipe work should run. It's just from point A to B.
It means there are almost as many pipe designs as there are Spitfires, and Gary Woodhouse has the job of figuring it out.
You've got your main water coolant, and this is your oil cooler. But obviously, under there is an array and a maze of pipe work. Not so much frustrating, but everything you put on, you've got to take it off to realign it, make small adjustments and put it back on, so it is a painstaking job.
Leaks are their biggest enemy, but undisturbed airflow into the radiators is critical.
You don't want to overheat these, and obviously on the ground you need to be able to keep them cool so they can taxi out to the runways.
During the war, some pilots were forced to bail out as their engines boiled and then seized in flight.
If you have an undercarriage that isn't up properly, that blocks the radiator and the temperatures do come up quick, so yeah, they really do need to be kept cool, yeah.
The Spitfire was a quantum leap in technology at a time when biplanes were still considered high-tech. In 1940, Britain needed more of them, but the existing aircraft industry was struggling. The Supermarine factory in Southampton was bombed, killing 90 workers, and its parent company's production line in Castle Bromwich was beset by industrial action and technical problems.
I would say that what we do now is probably to a higher standard than what they did in the war, because we're not getting bombed and we're not time pressured to churn these out a couple of weeks. We're doing one every couple of years. When they're making them in wartime period, I mean, Spitfires weren't expected to last much more than a couple of weeks on the front. They were nearly a throwaway airplane.
For all its innovation, it was the brilliant simplicity of the Spitfire's control system that made it a world beater.
It's all cables, but it's such a smooth system.
This is 1940s fly-by-wire. Literally. A series of cables directly linked to the control stick operates the elevators and ailerons.
There's a set amount of figures for the tension on all the controls. It's just a very, very smooth aeroplane. And if you sit on the ground with the aeroplane and you move the controls, they are very, very smooth. And it's like that in the air. You don't feel any excessive load on the controls when you're flying. It's different if you're diving the aeroplane. If you're doing a V&E dive, the ailerons get very heavy and very stiff, but still responsive.
Work on MJ772 is progressing well. The team are making fine adjustments to the propeller.
Very expensive. You could buy a nice house for that, couldn't you, Ruth?
And there are some big days ahead. A visit from a VIP, here to inspect their 2 years of work. Apprentice Alex takes the controls of a real warbird.
Imagine sitting in your greenhouse in the garden in like a 90-mile-an-hour storm, and that's what this is like.
And a critical test for MJ772's new Merlin.
Yeah, quite nervous, yeah.
It's late December 2018, and MJ772 is nearing completion. It's been given a new paint job in honour of the upcoming 75th anniversary of D-Day.
Putting the invasion stripes on the aeroplane. This aircraft flew in Normandy in the war, so yeah, we're putting them back on as they would have done with a roll-on paintbrush.
The stripes were designed to prevent friendly fire, as Allied planes fought to dominate the skies over the invasion beaches.
Yeah, I think they used big brushes. They were just slapping it on as quick as they could, really. I think they'd done all the aircraft within a week. But yeah, they weren't as neat as that, but we tried to give it a rough edge to make it look genuine. You could spray all this and spend a lot of time masking out and spraying it, but it just doesn't look sort of as wartime, really.
20-year-old engineer Alex is having a morning off. He's had a pilot's license for 2 years and one day hopes to fly Spitfires. He's preparing for that by getting to grips with a 1943 Piper Cub, used for artillery spotting by the US Army over Normandy.
This is really, really basic. I use this quite a lot because this is the gateway into warbird flying, learning to coordinate your feet with your hands and making sure everything's moving in the right way together. Imagine sitting in your greenhouse in the garden in like a 90-mile-an-hour storm, and that's what this is like. It makes more sense in the summer. It's just nice to get up in the air and fly around, and you really do float around and you can see things from miles off, and they stay miles off because you're not going anywhere fast. This aircraft was actually used around Bastogne area in the Battle of the Bulge in 1944. So it's a piece of history, but a bit chilly afterwards, especially when you're in it about an hour or so.
One of the few remaining pilots who flew over the Allied advance is visiting the hangar. David Mitchell is 94. He once flew from Biggin Hill with 341 Squadron. MJ772 was his plane.
How you doing? I'm Alex. Do you want to come and look at your old airplane?
Yeah, sure.
Do you want a hand up or? Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Chairs a bit low, aren't they? There we go. Okay, yeah. She's moved on a bit since you were last here. Because you were back when we did we had a bit of Veterans Day, didn't we?
Yeah.
Which was quite a good bash, that, but
yes, that was good.
Yeah, and got you to sign the door and everything. So no, she's moved on quite a long way since then, and you can probably smell the paint in the air. We're just putting the invasion stripes on her now as well. Yeah, so it's quite a strong smell of paint. So I apologise for that, but yeah. So we'll take a left here and we'll head up this way.
Yeah, when we fly these aeroplanes, we are doing it in honour of the veterans. Very modest people. I've never heard anybody that's flash or very flamboyant about what they were doing. It was a job, and they just got on with it.
Yeah, here she is. As you can see, putting the invasion stripes on her right now with the older paint rollers to make it look a bit more authentic.
It's hard to believe when you look at people. You wouldn't, you know, if they didn't tell you, you wouldn't know on the street what they've done. And it must be amazing for them to see some of the aeroplanes that they've actually flown all that time ago. I don't suppose they'd ever imagine that it would still be around. Yes, it's really, really great.
It's very, very good.
We hope in the next couple of weeks or so we'll be running her, and then, depending on paperwork, not too long after that she'll be flying, so that'll be nice.
Yeah.
What would they like to fly?
Oh, a delightful aeroplane. I can't think of any other aeroplane that was nicer. I've loved the Hurricane before I'd ever flown one of these. After that, I didn't like it at all. You know, I love the aeroplanes, but they do give a certain amount of trouble. You've probably met some of them. But that aeroplane never gave any trouble. Not to me, anyway.
When the guys like David are speaking, it's always really interesting to listen to what they say, because the stories that they got, they all vary so differently, because everyone had a completely different experience.
David's squadron was attached to the Free French Air Force. He's being shown a recently discovered film of his unit's pilots, but the years have taken their toll.
I can't see a single face that I would recognise, you know, 75 years ago. Some of them have matured. Ah, who's there?
David has recognised René Mouchot, a French ace.
He died when he was at Biggin. Klosterman, is that him?
And Canadian Jack Charles.
This is a French squadron, and they ran out of Frenchmen, so they had 7 English pilots. We were stationed south of Nijmegen, and we were over German-held territory within 10 minutes. Contact with the enemy was most of the time in the air. We wouldn't be off the ground an hour, and we've done the job. We only had just under half the year to go before the war stopped, but we lost 4 of the 7 in that time. They died. Yeah.
I'll talk to you later. I'll give you a bell later.
David has been promised that when MJ772 flies, he will be invited back. His old fighter is now nearing completion. MJ772 was a single-seater when she went to war. Fitting out the rear cockpit is the last task. It's the only part of the plane that will not be authentic.
We're very fortunate here that we've got a lot of original spares. Everything is pretty much as it would have been in 1944 when it was manufactured.
Passenger trips can cost up to £5,000 if you opt for the full White Cliffs experience. But luxury seating isn't part of the deal.
I like a compressed paper type material, so quite hard, but yeah, not overly luxurious, no.
Safety is more the order of the day. Lives depend on all of the Spitfire's components being correctly installed. Parachutes come as standard, and the pre-flight drill includes instructions on how to bail out.
A bit of paintwork and then we're finally finished.
Three years after its crash, MJ772 has now been fully restored, thanks to the skill and dedication of the team at Biggin Hill.
So what, you're going to do a first quick run, check everything?
But today, the most nerve-wracking time begins. Starting the reconditioned 27-litre Merlin engine for the first time.
No pressure, Gary.
It's a crucial test. With paying customers expected in a few weeks, a failure at this point would be bad for business. This plane must fly to justify the huge cost of the rebuild.
We're going to put it on the tie downs facing that way.
It's always a big moment. I mean, the guys do their thing, they check everything, but there's nothing like an actual engine start just to shake everything down. It's quite usual to find, you know, small leaks, minor problems.
We've got some tie-down points down here, some anchor points. So what we do is we'll line the back of the airplane up and we'll put a strap down so that when we run it, just in case we've got the back tied down so that it isn't going to nose over. There's always a chance that it could do that, so if we take all the precautions just in case, then better to be safe than sorry.
This plane is now worth around £4 million.
Obviously check that there is no leaks. Once the pressure builds up, then we can do a more high power run if everything goes to plan.
I suppose you're dealing with an unknown, really. I mean, we've put all new pipe work and everything on this aircraft, so we've got fuel lines and all the rest of it, and if there is a leak, that could always spark a fire or a short or something, so you just got to be a bit careful with all of that.
Engineer Paul will be in the cockpit.
Quite nervous. Fire extinguisher at the ready, but it's a massive sense of achievement. The person starting it after all them years, yeah, it's really good.
See ya.
The fuel pump is priming all 12 cylinders with high-octane petrol.
Right, fuel power. Max on in a sec. Fuel prime till it goes.
Main thing is just keep an eye on the oil pressure to make sure the engine is okay.
About 110, which is spot on. About 1,000 on there. There we go.
Jack and Alex check for leaks. If there are any, it's vital they don't go unnoticed.
If you're losing water or coolant, the aeroplane will boil very quickly, and if it boils, probably 2 or 3 minutes and you'll seize the engine.
Make sure Jack and Alex are happy. All good?
Oil should come up to about 30 to 40. Rad tip keep under 110.
It's a textbook first engine start so far. Now, Paul must increase the power.
Coming up to 1,500 now. Oil pressure still good. Right, that's 1,800.
But then, a failure. Luckily, it's just an inspection panel from the wing.
That'll do for now.
The Merlin has performed flawlessly.
Well, we do test runs and stuff, sometimes you get the odd bit like that, like throw a curveball at you, but it's alright. She sounds sweet, pretty golden really.
MJ772 has passed its first major test, but the biggest challenge remains for the team. Putting this Spitfire into the air for the first time.
It's quite a big day. 2.5 years of hard work, so we're all pretty nervous.
There is always the potential that something could go wrong.
At the Heritage Hangar, the day for which the team has been waiting over 2.5 years.
At the end of a project, you get to see the final aircraft and you think, gosh, you know, hundreds of hours have gone into that.
All being well, MJ772 will finally take to the skies again.
You're a little bit apprehensive because you think, oh, we've built this thing, this is the first time it's flying. There is always the potential that something could go wrong. There could be an engine failure, which is out of our hands, and so, yeah, you're always a little bit apprehensive and nervous, but confident that it's all going to be okay.
The test pilot will be Pete Kinsey, one of only a handful of aviators alive to have flown all the great fighters of World War II. In the hangar, a Spitfire, its sister ship the Hurricane, and its enemy the Messerschmitt Me-109. Pete has few doubts about which was the best.
It's the Spitfire, and that's not just because it's a Spitfire, because of the name. It is just a very honest airplane. It doesn't throw any nasty surprises at you, and you feel as though it's on your side. The Hurricane, it's a fine airplane, but its performance isn't as good as the Spitfire. The view out of it isn't as good. Its handling isn't as pleasant. I mean, it has obviously a wonderful place in history, what it has achieved, but just from a pilot's point of view, it's not as nice an airplane as the Spitfire. And then we come on to the 109. I love to fly it, but I like to fly that for a different reason. That's because that's a challenge. Every time I walk up to it, I think, what are you going to do to me today? It's the only airplane I've ever flown, I think, where the takeoff is potentially more alarming than the landing. But if someone says, would you fly my Spitfire today, you know you're going to have a nice day out.
Or that's the hope, at least. First flights are not guaranteed to go well.
It's quite a big day. Obviously, a lot of nerves flying around. Obviously, it's the first flight of the aircraft, so we're all pretty nervous for that. But at the same time, it's a proving point because it's 2.5 years or so of hard work. So, quite excited to see it fly, really, and hopefully it all goes without a hitch.
Biggin approach afternoon, taxi Alpha 1, runway 21, QH 1024.
Full right road trail, flaps are up, operating in filtered air, mixtures forward, props forward, makes it on both. Right flaps are in auto, gear indication is correct, trimmers are set, all the instruments are set.
Runway 21, clear for takeoff, wind 280 degrees, 5 knots.
Full right there on, doubling the power up, feel the throttle fitting loose, so I'm just tightening a little bit more, increasing the power now to 0 boost.
Test pilot is one of the world's riskiest jobs, and if something goes wrong below 2,000 feet, Pete will have no option but to attempt a dangerous crash landing.
Yeah, it looks alright, doesn't it?
Have a look at the engine, door is good. Power bank, 6 pounds of boost, 2650 RPM. Have a look at the engine gauges, yes, it looks good. Isn't quite right. I suppose you'd say that most of our concentration is going on the engine and propeller. That's where the problems usually arise. But it could be a handling thing. So as soon as we get over, I'm looking at the trim of the airplane. For example, would it fly hands off? If I let go of the controls, could I trim it to fly hands off? Or does it roll left, roll right? In fact, I'll let go of it now. There's a little bit of turbulence rocking the wings around, but apart from that, it would maintain level flight, so we're happy with that. The other thing we'd be checking on a test flight is all the systems in the airplane. It's got a pneumatic system for the flaps and the brakes, and it's got a hydraulic system for the gear. So we'd be timing how long it takes to go down and up, same with the flaps, making sure there aren't any trim changes. I want to make tail the frequency slow, 3 call me please on approach, 129.14.
MJ772's reputation as a trouble-free aircraft continues. Testament to the skill of the engineers who rebuilt it, but also to the genius of its design.
Almost perfect. I thought it was, but in the cruise, if you let go of it, if it's going to go one way, it'll always go right.
Okay.
But when you notice it, if you build a speed up, it gets progressively worse. So
Yeah.
300 miles an hour is definitely rolling right.
Okay, so we could go a little bit more.
Just a
on
little
that.
tweak,
Yeah.
that would sort
Okay.
it. Yeah.
What about the brakes?
The brakes are okay now.
Yeah.
They're
Not as good as
they're not the world's finest, but they're okay.
I think he was going to put 12-inch wheels on it eventually.
Right.
So.
And also, if you do move the stick fully forward, then you get decent braking. So if you're just at taxiing speed,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you wouldn't do it at high
No,
speed, but
no.
if you just got caught out in a crosswind on a taxi,
Yeah.
it's worth knowing that you can get a bit of extra braking out of it.
It's always a relief for a man in your position.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yes, yeah. Yeah, no, it's good. It's not very many snags at all, so yeah.
It's just
nice to see it fly and finally do something, because it's a Spitfire, they don't belong on the ground, it belongs in the air. They're all here to do the same job, and it's quite cool to see the end product belting across the sky over there about 250 miles an hour. It's always nice to see.
It's a massive day. We've been working on this for many years. The engineers have put untold hours into it. The payback for them is immense. To actually see their part in this aircraft and see it flying again is amazing.
MJ772 has passed the last crucial test before she's allowed to carry passengers. Her wartime pilot David was invited to see her fly, but sadly this is not possible.
Unfortunately, Dave Mitchell, who we had up and you would have seen before, unfortunately he's passed away, so I'm quite emotional really, but it was nice to be able to speak to him and ask the questions and get out the information out from him that we'd like to hear, and obviously his stories about flying the aircraft that is seen so often, so it's nice to get that from him really.
It's been an enjoyable time.
It's March, and David's Spitfire is finally signed off as airworthy once more, a lasting memorial to its former pilot and thousands like him.
The Spitfire assaults your senses in every way. It's partly about the noise, it's about the vibration, it's about the smell, it's about the history.
I regard it as a flying tribute. We must never ever forget the sacrifice that those guys did. Very young men jumped into these aircraft and went to war.
Yeah, when we fly these aeroplanes, we are doing it in honour of the veterans that gone before us. I think they're with you all the time.
80 years after the Battle of Britain, the sound of Merlins is again echoing over the Kent coast as the Heritage Hangar's two veteran Spitfires patrol the white cliffs of Dover together. These are the planes that won wars, proud veterans of the days when heroes fought in the skies.
You don't fly it, you actually strap it on, and then you are one with the aeroplane.
In hangars and workshops across Britain, engineers and enthusiasts are fighting a desperate duel against corrosion.
It's only glued on, I'm sure it'll be all right.
And the clock.
I'll be pretty gutted if we don't make it.
Their mission, to return historic military aircraft to the skies.
The hardest thing is finding the parts.
From Falklands vets to Cold War jets.
As a little lad, you go, Mum, can I have an Airfix kit? Now it's time to play, isn't it?
But it can be an unpredictable business.
We fueled it up and all those seals decided to let go a bit.
We need a plan B. I'm not sure we've got one.
And dangerous.
It can turn nasty quickly.
Contact. You're taking off thinking if the engine stops, where are you going to land? I mean, I've had 3 engine failures.
It takes serious money.
You need a cool £3 to £6 million to get a good Spitfire.
And total dedication.
Minus 28. Some of the tools are freezing up.
15 minutes of holding a screwdriver, you can't feel your fingers.
This time on Warbird Workshop, the vintage rescue helicopter getting its own life-saving treatment.
Probably the toughest aircraft we've had for quite some time.
And the race to return it to the skies.
When you think about what these aircraft did, yeah, you want to keep them flying.
In time to display at the Yeovilton International Air Day, one of the biggest air shows in the country.
We all want the same thing, we all want it to happen, but sometimes you've just got to step back and say,
stop.
Now thinking about your approach, what's your thoughts?
Flying at 100 miles an hour over the farmland of the West Country, Andrew Whitehouse is a man with a deadline.
Come left a bit, go out in a nice circle, get yourself positioned right.
This area is the home of Britain's military helicopter industry, and just a few miles from the landmark Westlands factory at Yeovil, Andrew and his partner Jane are landing at his own restoration hangar. Inside is his latest project. XT-761 is a Mark V Westland Wessex helicopter. It hasn't been seen in the air for more than 3 decades.
How did you get on with the trials this morning?
But Andrew and his team are determined to make it fly again.
It's a machine at the end of the day that hasn't flown for a long, long time. And yes, it's going to bleed. It's going to leak.
Former soldier Andrew's no stranger to projects like this. He already owns the only flying whirlwind helicopter in the country. But the Wessex is on a whole new scale.
For it to fly after 32 years is going to be a huge achievement.
Getting this 4-ton flying machine back up where she belongs will cost £250,000 of Andrew's own money and take months of intensive work by a team with skills built up over decades. They're led by Chief Engineer Dave Wells.
Biggest project I've undertaken, and I guess most of the guys here.
Fozzie is his right-hand man.
You find sometimes you think about it when you shouldn't think about it. Wake up in the middle of the night, I think I know what's wrong with that.
Ben is their expert in avionics.
I get called millennial, you know. I teach them how to use Facebook and things like that.
And Mick is bringing years of experience as a Navy engineer.
I did my training on Wessex at Daedalus.
They've got just 6 months to get this ready for the Royal Navy's biggest air show. The most prominent display slot is being saved for them.
It's not for negotiation as far as me and the engineering staff are concerned. It is going to happen. One way or another, we'll have that aircraft at Yeovilton.
This iconic helicopter hasn't been in the air since the 80s. Once the backbone of the UK's search and rescue network, these aircraft were left to rot and decay until Andrew seized on an opportunity.
We've been doing various air shows with the Whirlwind, and I was at Yeovilton and I could see a naval captain down below me with his nice white shirt on. I say up there, would you be interested in doing the Wessex? I said, oh, hello, sir. Jumped down and I said, yeah, okay. And there we are. We ended up managing to do a private treaty sale for the purchase of 2 Wessex. It took a year to 14 months from actually agreeing to buy them to get it released. In the interim, they'd pushed the things outside, both of them, to make room for the new F-35 mock-up aircraft they'd got for deck trials, and my aircraft were then outside in the salty air, which didn't do them a lot of good for over a year.
18 months ago, XT-761 arrived at Andrew's hangar, and the team started work.
They stripped the Wessex out and have virtually rebuilt it. It's had new engines, it's had new gearboxes, it's had new. The list goes on.
It's the last 10% of the work. It's taking 90% of the time, and it's all niggles. Everything we've already done is letting go, and we kind of expect it, but it's frustrating. We've got 2 generators on the aircraft, and the one that's not working is giving us issues. We've got to find where the power comes from, where it goes to, and make it work. These are 60, 70-year-old mechanical electrical bits. They're all worn out, old, obsolete. So it's back to the basics, back to books, work it out for yourself.
So you've got power going through to the light?
To the light. Contact are made, contacts open,
yes.
Light off.
Yes.
We need to find out where that makes, where we get the power from, and why it isn't.
Yeah.
The avionics side of it, it's always been black box changing, as far as I'm concerned. Black box out, black box in. But now, at least the black boxes tell you when they're broken, whereas this thing, they don't. You have to work it out. They were iconic. The Navy had a massive amount of them, and the Air Force had them in a yellow livery, and they're an iconic aircraft from the 60s, the 70s and 80s. People just love the shape of them. They are a classic helicopter shape.
The Wessex was originally designed as an anti-submarine helicopter. They saw service in the Falklands War and during the Troubles in Northern Ireland. But they are perhaps best known for their robust search and rescue capabilities. Navy diver Smiler Grinney spent 42 years in search and rescue. And for him, nothing else came close to the power and adaptability of the Wessex.
It was 2 engines instead of 1, and you had the exhaust sticking out. And then once you got inside and once you went hovering with it, a lot of power. It got you where you wanted to go. But it was good camaraderie, 1 pilot, 1 crewman, 1 winch operator, probably about 4 engineers, and that was it.
But in September 1979, Smiler and his Wessex crewmates found themselves at the centre of the biggest peacetime rescue mission in UK history, the Fastnet yacht race disaster.
When we started, there wasn't any wind, and there was a briefing before the race started. The Met man said, well, you know, you're not going to have any wind for the next couple of days. And he said, but there is a nasty little storm brewing off New York, which is going to come across and could be quite nasty.
Double Olympic gold medalist Rodney Patterson was on one of the 300 yachts taking part in the race from the south coast to the remote Fastnet Rock and back, when the weather unexpectedly turned.
We hit the bad weather just before we got to the rock. And then we started hearing some nasty noises coming from the back end of the boat. And halfway back from the rock, the rudder finally broke.
That's when Smiler and his Wessex crew started their dangerous rescue mission.
It was a bit windier than normal, and it was just a matter of getting airborne as quick as we could, really.
While we were trying to rig a jury rudder and then breaking it and then rigging another one and breaking it, the helicopter arrived on the scene.
We just couldn't get alongside. So they had the life raft ready, they launched the life raft and they all clambered in.
It only had enough air to inflate the main body of the life raft and half the canopy. So half the crew jumped onto the canopy and half the crew jumped inside. It was a bit chaotic.
And of course we're sort of lacking in fuel, or would be if we stayed there much longer. So I think it was John Charney, the winch shop, brilliant lad, he came up with the idea, right Smile, I'll put you in the water, you swim to the life raft, and we'll see if we can pull you away from the side.
The stern of Golden Apple was going up and down, up and down. And I thought, my God, if we don't break clear of the stern before the stern comes down, the life raft will just burst.
Yeah, that was interesting. It was just nearest one, strop them, up you go, back down again, strop another one, up you go.
And it all happened so quick, literally 2 or 3 minutes.
We picked 15 up. I think Culderos picked 73 or 75 up, and our crew picked 15 of those up.
We didn't really know how bad things had got, and that, you know, accidents were happening and people were getting drowned. And, you know, it was shocking.
19 people died that day. And 40 years since they met in that life raft, Rodney and Smiler, sailor and rescuer, are about to meet once again.
Rodney.
Hello there.
You haven't changed a bit since I last saw you. You were probably the last to come up, or was it Mr. Holland was the last to come up?
No, the last to come up was, very rightly so, the owner of the boat, Hugh Coveney.
Right.
And he said, even though the chopper will have to refuel and come back, I'm going to be the last off.
Well, there was always a plan that I'd have stayed with the life raft, and the cab would have offloaded the sillies and come back, would have carried on, but we squeezed everybody in.
Yeah, well, fortunately you did, because I do know in one particular case, those that jumped into their life rafts were actually lost and drowned.
Amazing few days there, Rodney, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, it was a bad storm.
Back in Somerset, Mick and Ben have hit a problem.
Does the back of that switch go to anywhere?
One of our ammeters doesn't work, and the paper that we've got in our wiring diagram is for modifying with just one ammeter. Our one has got 2 ammeters, so 1 for each side.
Not only are these modern-day engineers having to get their heads around 1950s technology, but they're also having to unpick decades of modifications.
With this mod that's been fitted to it, you can see that you've got a modern cable connected to the back of the old cable. We're not quite sure which way they're going to. It is frustrating, but part of the good bit is fixing something, isn't it?
So what we're going to do now is swap the starboard and port ammeter gauges across, you know, to see if it's the gauge not working properly. After tea.
Yeah, get that radio on.
The list of gremlins is growing, and they're yet to even see if the engines will run and the rotors will turn.
Any sort of maintenance that you do like this, there are always tears because nothing goes the way that you want it to.
The air show is just 6 months away, No one can say for certain if this helicopter will be part of it.
We know Andrew's wish, and we'll head for that, but if it doesn't happen, we won't force it to happen.
It's got to fly this year, yeah. Yeah, it's going to fly this year, yeah. It'll be at Yeovilton. One way or another, it'll be at Yeovilton.
Here in the heart of the West Country, this building is one of the UK's most unusual warbird workshops, a place where helicopters and horses live side by side.
My passion is horses, Andrew's passion is helicopters. My passion has grown into helicopters as well, and so we put up a building that houses the both of them. Seeing him as we've been doing the project with the Wessex and how he's been part of the team, it's really, really exciting.
Today's a big day for XT761.
That's your £300 per litre.
After 9 months of work, it's time to try to start the twin Rolls-Royce Gnome engines for the first time.
Okay, battery master on.
Battery going on.
At first, Dave and Fozzie need to complete their checks.
AC power standby.
And that's it, we're into the start sequence, so start pressing the ball.
And ready. 3, 2, 1, press. Absolutely nothing. Did that start and run it? 3, 2, 1. There we are, start. Winding up. 4,000, 5,000 into the gate. Full pressure rising, fuel flow, light up. 2, 3, 4.
For 32 years, this aircraft has sat idle. Today, it's finally being brought back to life.
Have we tried a reset on the port side yet?
No, we haven't gone up yet, we haven't wound it up.
Okay.
So if you want us to accelerate up and try resetting.
Okay.
Watching on is test pilot Steve Daniels.
Personally, I feel very privileged that I've been asked to do this, to fulfil this role.
Didn't you press hard enough the first time then?
Well, I thought I had.
There are lots of fixed-wing historic aircraft flying. There aren't that many rotary wing. And I think most helicopter pilots would probably give their left arm to be involved in a project like this.
For Dave and the team, it's another thing to tick off.
That went well. The engine started and the Leckies have done further electrical check on the generator system, so and they're happy, I'm happy.
And they're another step closer to the Yeovilton display. The Wessex saw service right across the globe, as nearly 400 of them were built, every one of them being assembled here in Yeovil. Decades later, the same production lines are now being used for Leonardo Helicopter's latest AW101 models. Wessex engineer Reg Hankey spent almost his whole career in this workshop.
When I first came here, the Wessex build lines were all the way down through this side. There must have been probably 20, 30 aircraft lined up, and they would gradually just move forwards as they were assembled.
Did you work here for long?
43 years.
These new aircraft are lighter, faster, and far more powerful than the Wessex ever was. But many of the skills used to make them are exactly the same.
Basically, I'm doing some repair patches in the fuel tanks.
Oh, yeah.
I've got to cut it out, fill it, and put a patch over the top.
Sort of that job that you're doing there sounds like we used to have to do maybe on the cabin roof, where that was all honeycomb composite. And when that started to collapse with people walking around on it,
that's basically the same.
Cut it out, fill it with like araldite with microblue in, and then patch it over.
Yeah, that's the same,
Same job.
Same job, it's just on a small scale where...
One thing that is noticeable here, there used to be a real racket with windy drills, riveting, very much quieter, far fewer people than I can ever remember seeing here. It used to be quite a hive of activity. Yeah, that picture there was taken in the 1960s, about 65, 66. A bit more crowded, a lot more people, a lot noisier. The Wessex, I saw that right from its first inception through the development, because I was involved, again, working in the experimental flight on the development aircraft. They had XL722, which was the prototype aircraft, and then they took that airframe, took out the piston engine, and that's what it first flew as the Westland Wessex. It was a tough aircraft, and it was capable of still maintaining flight with one engine, so it was very good for the services.
12 miles up the road, and 4 decades since Reg worked on them, Dave and his team have hit another problem with their Wessex.
There's a damper on the pedals, hydraulic damper, and its function is to stop when it's flying, the pilot being able to put big inputs in. And in the hydraulic line, there's a hydraulic fuse. So if you lose pressure one side, it closes off, so you don't lose all your hydraulic fluid into the aircraft. It's now closed off, and now we've got to work out how to reset it and bleed the system and get the air out of it. So.
The hydraulic leak has left its mark, but for the team, it's all part of the learning process.
Nick's probably got the most experience on this type of aircraft. I've got a couple of years, but it's 20 years ago. Well, the books are quite good, but they're quite dated in the way they perceive the way you do things. So we make quite a lot of it up as we go along, to be fair.
Today, they're planning the first full rotor test. It's a critical stage in this helicopter's restoration, and also potentially the most dangerous.
The risks we might find today are the gusty wind might cause the blades to sail. So you might see the blades flap up and down as we engage and disengage, so just keep clear of that. She might go to ground resonance or pad slightly on the start, but we're getting more used to her now and she probably won't do that. But if she does start bouncing around on the oleos, just start moving away, because if she does go into full ground resonance and roll over, obviously the blades are going to fly off when we're on her side, and you don't want to be anywhere near where they're going.
Ground resonance is when vibration in the rotor blades and aircraft combine to cause a catastrophic breakup of the helicopter. It can destroy a Wessex in seconds. This is where decades of experience pays off.
You can feel when something is wrong, the vibrations, the noise. So to be honest, I'm not worried that it's an old aircraft with no systems that's going to tell me what's wrong. I think we'll be able to feel what's wrong, and hopefully there won't be anything wrong. It'll be great.
The whole crew has been trained in emergency firefighting. Steve and Andrew are preparing to engage the rotor blades for the very first time.
Rotor start. Yeah, okay. Okay, forward, clear left. Engaging. Advancing. Okay, that's 7,000 feet torque. Yeah, that's transmission oil pressure 18 psi. Yeah. Drive select. Main drive. Main drive we have.
But within seconds of getting up to speed, there's a problem.
Did the tail move a bit there? I thought it did. I don't know. I didn't feel too much. I think it's just slightly slippery. The pylon is unlocked. Really? Yeah. Fair enough.
The test is aborted immediately. There's a problem at the tail that could put them all in danger.
An unexpected occurrence then, but we got a pylon caption, which means the tail pylon fold microswitch was indicating that it was unfolding. It's something you don't expect to see, so we shut the rotors down shut the engines of the rotors down straight away.
It's yet another new problem for the engineers. Until it's fixed, this Warbird won't be flying anywhere. The Royal Navy International Air Day in Yeovilton attracts 35,000 visitors and features displays by military aircraft from all over the world. Getting the Wessex helicopter ready in time to take part in this year's show is Andrew's #1 priority.
To Andrew, that is a be-all and end-all, and that will be a very, very emotional moment for him.
Their last test flight had to be called off after a scare involving the tail rotor, but a spare part has been found in an unusual place.
The standard microswitch in the Wessex is the same microswitch that's fitted on the forklift trucks.
Finding replacement parts for the Wessex has been a constant struggle for the team.
In the forces, if you've got a part that you need, you order it, and pretty much it's there, you know, and you fit that to the aircraft, and it's all good. We haven't got that luxury.
But as news of this project spread, help started to flood in.
An amazing amount of help from the CAA. I mean, they've been outstanding. Leonardo, without them, I think we'd have been scuppered as well, because you know they must have spent hours in document rooms finding information for us. Same with various people along the way that have helped us with spares, and you know people are happy to give because they want to see it fly.
And today could be the day the Wessex finally gets off the ground.
What we're trying to achieve is the first flight for Wessex XT761 after 32 years of lying dormant.
The test plan called for about a 5 to 10 minute hover for the very first one, and then a land back on and shut down and check that all the rotating parts are fine, no further leaks. So what we're doing here is flight testing an old helicopter, and as a test pilot I'm used to sort of coming in, you're excited because you're doing something new. This is clearly new for this helicopter in terms of recency, but there's a huge amount of expectation, and I'm fairly confident that we will achieve the first hover today, and what a beautiful day to do it.
First, a thorough briefing.
I think we will get into the hover today, and I think the aircraft will lift off and we'll sit there, and we're planning 15 minutes in the hover, okay?
But one mistake or one fault today could be catastrophic.
First thing that could happen is we could have a single engine failure in the hover, and for that, in a Wessex, it's no big drama. There's loads of excess power in a Wessex, so if you hear one engine running down, you know, winding down, don't worry unduly, because all I will do is drift down and we'll land on. The second thing that might happen after 32 years is that the drive shaft to the tail could fail, because it's not been rotated under strain for a long time. This is probably the most serious thing that could happen today, so I just want everyone to be ready for it. What will happen is you will see the tail rotor slow down and the aircraft will start yawing to the right. So if you see a yaw to the right and it gets worse and it gets rapid, then move away, because at that point we have lost control of the helicopter.
Okay, right. Starting one then. All clear there. We've got that. Starting #1. Yep.
From firefighting to communications, everyone has a role to try to make this safe.
That is a good start.
Now, it's just down to Steve and Andrew, and some 50-year-old checklists.
That's good. This will vibrate, okay? So stand by 3, 2, 1 now. She'll start padding. There you go. So there's a slight tax bit with the primaries out, and I've got a good response. Back through the secondaries, and now to centralise now. Everyone happy? Here we go.
And now, 20 feet up, it's Andrew's turn on the controls.
Today's a culmination of 18 months of long hours in the hangar. We have had every nut and bolt apart, back together, all leading up to that point. So that's a really good day.
It has been a while since I flew, but more importantly, it's been a long time since this aircraft flew. For me, it was as a privilege, really.
Right, we're done. Well done.
There are a few minor little snags, but nothing to worry about, and I'm really pleased. And I think, as you can see from everybody else, everyone is pleased. Well done, the engineers, I'd say.
I took a picture of the shadow when we were in the air, and I thought, this is the only Wessex in the world.
That's in technical terms, that is false.
It's good. Yeah, it's a big moment because everybody's worked so hard. Not just me by any means, but the whole team's worked really hard. A very good joint effort, good team effort.
Everybody looking at me, please. In 3, 2, 1.
They are one big step closer to their Yeovilton deadline, and it's all down to the skills of Andrew's unique team, made up of all 3 branches of the armed forces.
This is pretty much a multicultural society. We have the Army, Navy and Air Force in the hangar.
They put their RAF flag up first, and then Mick put his flag up, so I'm not having that. So I went on the internet, found the biggest army flag I could find, and then when they came back to work on Tuesday morning, there it was, up there.
Andrew himself spent 16 years in the army and has fond memories of the Wessex.
You were deployed out into the countryside by helicopter, and you did whatever you got to do, and you were picked up again and brought back. It was always warm when you went near them. Sort of got in as quick as you could because they didn't want to be on the ground, obviously. And I can't ever remember a time we didn't get picked up.
One of those pilots picking the army up is now flying missions of a different kind. Former Wessex pilot Steve Wardby is now the chief pilot of the Yorkshire Air Ambulance.
Anybody who's ever flown the aircraft has a soft spot for the Wessex. I have approximately 8,500 hours flying various types of aircraft, and nearly 4,000 hours of that has been on the Wessex. It was the first twin-engine helicopter I ever flew, and it's the first time I ever worked with a crew as well. So it's the first time really working as a team in an aircraft. I used to call it the Queen of the Skies. It looked after me, looked after my crew, and I thoroughly enjoyed flying it.
My first operational role was with 72 Squadron in Northern Ireland, again on the Wessex. That was 1986. I started on 72 Squadron. This is a lovely picture of the Wessex flying over Northern Ireland there.
The operational flying in Northern Ireland was all low level, so we were flying around most of the place at 50 feet, so you're having to pull up for a lot of the wires and things, which was quite exciting. The squaddies on the ground really loved the sound of a Wessex. When they knew they were getting the big bus, that it meant that they were going to get a heater as well. So yeah, we were a welcome sight, shall we say, when we came around the corner.
And Steve has been following the restoration of XT761 with interest.
I just can't wait to see it airborne. I'm going to get really emotional. I love that aircraft. I love flying it. I love the smell of it, the sound. It's going to bring back so many happy memories for me. If I get the opportunity, I'd like to jump in as well, but we'll see how that goes. I do know the pilot, so I'm fingers crossed he'll remember his mate.
Back in Somerset, it's a grey, misty morning, and the team have turned up to work to find this.
We fueled it up last night for the first time right to the gunnels for any period of time, and all those seals that have dried out over forever have decided to let go a bit. So we're now chasing the leaks. So just another one of those little things that we'll have to cure.
The tanks are full because today's the day they're hoping to take her on her first full flight. But things aren't looking promising.
We're going to wait for the fog, but they're getting the aircraft ready. We're going to assess whether we can run the aircraft on the port engine. That will use up the fuel, it'll go down, it'll stop the leak. And once the leak's stopped, once we've got it down below the level where it will continue to leak, we'll continue with our plans to, if it's all safe, to do the hover and then do a circuit type up and away flight.
But as the engines spool up, the leak's still there.
We're hoping that if we burn a little bit of fuel off, and we'll just assess it before we go flying. Obviously safety first, so if it's still leaking badly, we'll can it.
As the aircraft climbs, Dave's concern grows.
Okay.
Shut down. Shut down.
Leaking jet fuel and engines running at more than 700 degrees Celsius could be a lethal mix. The flight is aborted.
Fuel leak, called it off. Called off the flight. And we have our saying, if in doubt, there is no doubt. There is no doubt. And we don't want, no, can't afford them to go wrong, so no. They'll take it back in now and then they'll do the work and we'll have a go again next week, I guess.
The frustration is clear, but everyone agrees.
I was happy this morning, content that it was safe to do what we did, because it was a known condition. We were using it, and therefore we were anticipating it would stop. It hasn't stopped, so we'll call a halt and find out why.
Best it.
Yeah, definitely stick it in the book and we'll cure it.
So.
Once again, XT761 is grounded. Until they can seal the fuel leak, any flying is on hold. It's a cold morning in late spring, and the historic helicopters team are again hoping to achieve a full flight test on XT761.
Okay, what we're proposing today is a local flight. If we have a catastrophic failure of some sort, then it'll be pretty obvious, and we will try and make the best of it we can. If you see that, then please be prepared to get some distance between you and the helicopter. But once we're on the ground, if you can come towards us to try and help us if we are incapacitated, just remember, please, again, don't come anywhere near the rotor disc if it's still turning.
We're in again.
Here we go again.
This time it'll work.
This time it'll go.
Yes.
To have any chance of meeting their airshow deadline, she must fly today.
Engaging now.
It's been a big proud moment for us in the hangar here. All the guys have worked amazingly hard. And the best thing is we're mostly ex-Air Force and it's a Navy aircraft.
It was exciting to actually get back into a Wessex with the intention of flying for the first time since 1993, probably. And she felt exactly as I remembered the Wessex to fly, so she's a marvellous example of the aircraft, I think, and smiles on everyone's faces.
At 20 feet, and after a brief hover, the Wessex transitions to full flight.
That is amazing! She flies!
There's no hiding the delight on the ground.
Great sense of achievement, really. I mean, I know we've done it several times before, many, many years ago, and on different aircraft, but this one was pretty unique. Chuffed to bits for Andrew and Jane, really. He'll be on controls, no doubt. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be chuffed to bits. He was after the hover, so I'm sure he's very chuffed to bits now.
We had planned to have 2 experienced Wessex pilots in the cockpit for the test programme, but Andrew came and sat in the left-hand seat, and to see his face on the first flight was, it was wonderful.
As the Wessex lands, the relief and excitement is clear.
You flew it for the first time up and
Thank
away.
you, sir.
It all worked.
It all worked.
He was just beaming. It was wonderful to see.
Oh, a proper flight!
He is an enthusiastic helicopter pilot and aviation nut, and that was, for me, that was the best part of the sortie, to be honest. Yeah.
It's the morning of the airshow. Over the past weeks, final niggles and repairs have been completed. XT761 is ready for her public debut.
We've finished the Wessex, it's flown, we've done 15 odd hours on the airframe, but today is our first flying display debut.
At first, they have to get to the Naval Air Base.
We're going to fly the opening display. That's a great privilege and an honour at Yeovilton. And everyone here at the centre who's made this happen, and talking to the people who went to Yeovilton yesterday, there's a lot of anticipation from the organisers and the people who are going to be in the crowd as well. They want to see the Wessex.
Steve's being joined by crewman Andy and 2 guests. Step 1 is to get the Wessex off the ground.
Oh no, she won't go. Nothing's happening. There she goes. That's been unlucky. What was it? I don't know. She wouldn't latch. Booster pump is on, starboard. Caption is clear. Ready? Yep. Okay, engaging. That's nice. You want to get the chocks, please, Andy? I'm on my way. Okay, the plan will be we'll lift from here and we'll head 1 mile east of Berryfield, and I'll talk to them on 12735. Okay, you happy? Yeah, ready to go. Brilliant. So let him that we're going. All wheels to the ground. Yeah, talk to the earth like this, mate. Okay. Yeovil radar, this is Wessex 5. Good morning. Is Christine and Gary still smiling? Yeah, just go to the window.
We've recently got approval to fly passengers, so we're taking 2 guests from Leonardo Helicopters as charity guests. They're going to fly into Yeovilton, but for the flying display, our rules from the Civil Aviation Authority stipulate that it has to be minimum crew, that's just the pilot.
Steve's arriving at the same time as thousands of airshow visitors.
Flying starts at 11 o'clock.
Their display slot is just an hour away. But as Steve lands on, he discovers another problem.
It's charging the secondary hydraulic system accumulator with nitrogen. It was fine last night, and inexplicably it's gone down over the last hour, so we're going to top it up to make sure it's okay. If it was on 0, you wouldn't really want to fly with it, so we top it up to its level and then send it flying. It should be fine. It's done it before, this aircraft, but don't know why.
600 PSI.
How much?
600.
Some more in there.
There is, but it only goes to 600.
The big moment for the Wessex is here. 2 years and thousands of man-hours have led to this, as Steve takes off for its airshow debut.
We're so lucky to have somebody who's looked after the machine. She's an old girl and she needs looking after. The whole team, it's just been a massive team effort.
There is no more the engineering team can do. They join the expectant crowds to wait for their helicopter's big moment.
Rolling out.
In the skies above Yeovilton, the Wessex is joined by 2 vintage Wasp helicopters for the formation flypast.
Opening flypast for the 2019 Royal Navy International Air Day. And how privileged we are to see in the lead of this formation for the first time at an air show the newly restored Westland Wessex HU5 from historic helicopters near Crewe Cairn.
Steve,
lonely as a cloud.
Stand by for Wessex leader only to pull up clear of the formation to the right.
So the Wasps and the present-day types break away, leaving the stage clear for the airshow debut of this magnificently restored Wessex HU5, the only Wessex currently flying in the UK, and a machine that during its active service days was stationed for many years here at Yeovilton.
Scrub the rest of it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's ours.
What a splendid sight. Mark V was developed for the Royal Navy to operate in the Royal Marines Commando support role, flying from the Navy's assault ships.
Steve is very gently putting the Wessex through her paces.
This aircraft, the Wessex, is an old aircraft, and it's going to be a very empathetic display, so very sympathetic towards the capability of the aircraft. Hopefully people will enjoy seeing Air Airborne, they'll enjoy the sound of a Wessex flying by, and they'll be able to take some stunning pictures.
With the display almost complete, Andrew can reflect on the £300,000 he's spent to get to this point, and the team that's made it happen.
Well, it's a massive achievement for me, yes it is, but it's a massive achievement for the team. These lads know what they're doing. They're all helicopter techies by trade, and they're all good at what they do. And of course, with Captain Steve, we've probably got one of the best pilots there is. Okay, I might be the guy who shed it is, but it's the team that does it.
And Captain Steve has one final trick up his sleeve.
I really enjoyed myself, as I thought I would. I think the formation went well and the display was exactly as I planned it, so I was pleased. But I'm more pleased because all of the engineers have come back and said, well done.
That's it. Well, thank you, guys.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
It's been a flawless display. A war veteran, lifesaver, and aviation icon, back where she belongs. These are the planes that won wars. Proud veterans of the days when heroes fought in the skies.
You don't fly it, you actually strap it on, and then you are one with the aeroplane.
In hangars and workshops across Britain, engineers and enthusiasts are fighting a desperate duel against corrosion.
It's only glued on, I'm sure it'll be all right.
And the clock.
I'll be pretty gutted if we don't make it.
Their mission, to return historic military aircraft to the skies.
The hardest thing is finding the parts.
From Falklands vets to Cold War jets.
As a little lad, you go, Mum, can I have an Airfix kit? Now it's time to play, isn't it?
But it can be an unpredictable business.
We fueled it up and all those seals decided to let it go a bit.
We need a plan B. Not sure if we've got one.
And dangerous.
It can turn nasty quickly.
Contact. You're taking off thinking if the engine stops, where are you going to land? I mean, I've had 3 engine failures.
It takes serious money.
You need a cool £3 to £6 million to get a good Spitfire.
And total dedication.
Minus 28. Some of the tools are freezing up.
15 minutes of holding a screwdriver, you can't feel your fingers.
This time on Warbird Workshop, the weekend flyers fighting to return an unlikely warplane to the skies.
This is the underdog. It's the little plane that went to war.
But first, they must overcome rotten fabric and metal fatigue.
If they fail the inspection, they won't be going anywhere.
It's a race against the clock to make a risky flight.
Well, it'll either fly or it won't.
On the anniversary of D-Day.
We're not getting off this planet alive, whatever happens, are we? I could go down as a test pilot in history.
Across the flat farmland of Lincolnshire, the wartime runways that were home to the RAF's Lancaster bombers are now used by amateur pilots who fly for fun. Joanne, Paul, Ronnie and John are members of the Lincoln Aero Club.
We're a small club, 40 to 50 flying members, and it's basically recreational flying. Just let me get this chock. You okay, Ron?
Now the group are spending £15,000 of their own money, totally rebuilding their veteran Piper Cub spotter plane and restoring her military markings.
You wouldn't know she was a military aircraft, really, but I don't think we realised quite what the old girl had been through until we started this project to recover the aircraft.
The group's Cub directed artillery fire in the deserts of Libya and the battlefields of Italy and France. 75 years on, her entire fabric skin needs replacing and her engine overhauling.
We've got the money in the group to refurbish, and the anniversary of Normandy coming up, and it all seemed to line up.
Now these 4 amateur pilots are teaming up with professional engineer Rob Stevens and his assistant Ken Reardon to rebuild their Warbird.
This group are quite a passionate bunch of guys. They're very keen.
Rob really knows his stuff about fabric aircraft, Cubs in particular, so he seemed the ideal choice.
The Cub will be recovered by fabric specialist Ken.
He's second to none, you know, he gets it spot on.
To save money, the group will do some work themselves.
But it's great to have them on board, and you can't deny their enthusiasm.
We're honest, we're wingman, we fly everywhere together.
Actually, it's converse is true. He's my wingman.
Jo, I know she's done some interesting flying. John is the guy that first taught me how to fly the Cub.
The team have a deadline to meet. They want to fly the Cub across the Channel to recreate her wartime exploits 75 years to the day after D-Day, the Allied invasion of Europe.
The whole process is enormous. You take what looks like an aircraft and destroy it. Here goes.
It's February 2019, and Rob has just 4 months to get the Cub back in the air. The aeroplane has already been dismantled. He'll start with the most fragile components. There's no guarantee she'll be fit to fly on.
Wings, they have a hard life, and they also stick out and hit things. So we generally start there because you're going to find something that's gone wrong. Yeah, they can be major problems. So there are 2 diagonal braces here that support the wingtip, and they should be straight, and they're not. They're curved. So it tells me that the wingtip bow, which is wood, has kind of shrunk in and compressed them. So we might have to straighten them. It's wood moving, shrinkage and movement over time.
Rob immediately begins to find what looks like evidence of the Cub's wartime past. Hurriedly done repairs to what could be battle damage.
There's quite a long repair here on this rib, and there's a couple of new bracing struts inside the rib.
The Cub must pass a strict airworthiness test. It's not uncommon for planes of this age to fail and be grounded forever.
We had one chap who came in for an annual, and a mouse had got in and eaten all these strings that we've been cutting. If we'd not spotted it, then the upper and lower surfaces on the wing could have come off, and then that fabric would have come off in the wind. So it would have been curtains.
Air-minded Americans of both sexes used to go skylarking in this pint-sized plane.
The Cub was designed for wealthy weekend flyers in the 1930s. It turned out to be ideal for directing artillery from the air.
But when Hitler's boys spot it, they start ducking. They know this small fry puddle jumper can direct a deadly barrage of artillery fire with pinpoint accuracy.
The US Army called them L-birds, or grasshoppers, and America built 20,000 of them.
The Germans gunning at them from the hills call it the Hellraiser.
Paul and his fellow owners have pieced together the story of the part their plane played in wartime history.
It took part in the North Africa campaign, and then it was shipped over the Mediterranean towards Italy. And I've always understood that this one took part in the Monte Cassino raid.
30,000 soldiers are thought to have died in 5 months of bloody combat during the Battle of Monte Cassino. The Cub directed artillery fire onto a monastery where German paratroopers were dug in. She seems to have collected some battle damage.
One of these tubes here has been re-welded back together. Some of these longer tubes, if you have a careful look around them, you'll see where they've been welded back together.
The Cub's fuselage hasn't been stripped in 3 decades.
We were just joking that we might find some pre-war coinage in the bottom of the aircraft. It's just about stripping it off and discovering what condition the fuselage is in.
The planes were built in a hurry on a wartime production line. And it shows.
The aft section has been grafted on. So there's joints here and here, and there and there. It was just convenient to have somebody building rudder sections and somebody else building the forward section, and then the two were brought together. 90% or more. I mean, it's still original. So it's exactly as you'd expect to find it.
In less than 3 hours, the Cub's skeleton has been revealed, and Rob can assess her fitness to fly on.
There's bits of corrosion knocking around where paint's come off, but you'd expect that with the age of the aircraft. But it's in good nick overall.
But one vital part is definitely not in good nick.
All of the tail feathers have been bead blasted and stripped, but when we were doing that, we revealed a crack on the control horn. Somebody's randomly drilled some holes in a structural tube member, which isn't good.
Shocking. Was I really flying that?
Any one of those faults could have caused an unsurvivable crash. It's a chilling reminder that their lives depend on this work. The next phase of the rebuild centres on the Cub's temperamental ignition system.
Sometimes it doesn't want to switch off, and sometimes it don't want to switch on.
And Ken begins the critical job of hand-stitching the wings.
I was thinking, you know, if you get this wrong, it falls out of the sky. I think you got to, really.
Three months to the D-Day deadline, and Piper Cub owners Paul, Ronnie and Joe have arrived to help with the next stage of their ambitious rebuild. Cleaning up its engine and restoring parts of its cockpit. Paul is focusing on the temperamental ignition system.
We're taking the magneto switch off. This is the bit that turns the mags on and puts the sparks to the engine, and it's been a bit troublesome of late.
The magneto creates a spark. The spark is passed through the lead to the plug, which ignites when the pot is at top dead centre.
Sometimes it doesn't want to switch off, leaving us having to turn the fuel off and run the engine out of fuel, and sometimes it don't want to switch on. It's what makes it a plane and not a glider. I mean, I've been in this group over 30 years, I think, and it's always been there, so I would guess that is the original switch. And I'm going to have a word with Rob in a minute just to see what can and can't be done with it.
The restoration team are passionate about flying, and they know their aviation history.
This is Bomber County, obviously Lincolnshire, nicknamed Bomber County because of the amount of airfields that took heavy bombers. When the guys were coming back from raids, all shot up. Once they got to the Lincolnshire County, they knew they were as safe as they could be. Whatever happened, there was an airfield within gliding range and they could get themselves on the floor.
Paul and Ronnie's Cub isn't the only war veteran flying around here.
Look out straight in front of us now, the two different triplane designs, the Sopwith being pursued by the Fokker.
You've flown one of these, haven't you?
I've had a few hours. I've never soloed, but I've had about 6 or 7 hours.
Tiger Moth?
Tiger Moth, yeah.
Yeah?
Nice aircraft.
Did you crash it?
No, never crashed. No, never crashed it.
Go on then, watch this one. I've been interested in war history ever since being a young lad. Reading comics and got the chance to have a go. There won't be many guys qualified to fly that or got any current time when they're looking for a pilot, will there?
Ronnie has memories of the war. He spent 15 years in the RAF.
I remember bombs dropping in Aberdeen, where I grew up. After that, I remember a Lancaster bomber flying overhead at about 50 or 60 feet up. Noisy thing that was.
I don't know what the casualty rates were, but I don't think I'd have fancied the odds too much. It'd been nice to live through it, but a lot didn't.
Back in Rob's hangar, the team are committed to retaining as many original parts as possible. This table would have been used by the Cub's observer, who'd be in radio contact with artillery on the ground.
He would have laid his maps out on here, and on his maps would have the grid positions. He'd observe from the ground what was going on and where the batteries and enemy artillery were, and then he'd relay that back to the base and direct the fire from there.
Some of these were shot down, but not many. And if somebody took a pop shot at one of these, within minutes,
in would be coming 25-pound shells from the nearest battery. So they had to sit down there, quaking in the boots that we never spotted anything. You see from the airframe, bullets will go straight through this. And if a bullet goes through the engine and stops the engine, you just glide away as far as you can get.
The Cub was powered by a 65 horsepower engine, barely more powerful than some scooters today.
It's very like a Volkswagen, flat four, pretty standard altogether, really.
Ronnie has experienced the hair-raising problems of relying on 1940s technology to stay airborne.
The engine started to falter, I couldn't maintain height, and I couldn't get back to the runway, so I circled around, saw a big area, a field nearby, and touched down there. If a wing falls off, well, you know, it's curtains, but with this one, if your engine stops for any reason, then you just glide and land. Because of the enormous wings, it makes a perfect glider.
Engineer Rob spends a lot of his time servicing more modern planes, brought in by customers from the farm strips of South Lincolnshire and North Norfolk.
Yeah, this is going to be an envelope for a wing.
But they also keep alive skills that date back to the days of the Wright brothers. The Cub's entire airframe is covered in fabric. Without it, it couldn't fly.
We're going to lay another sheet next to it and then stitch the two together. It's something that gets handed on. So I've been shown how to do this by people that have had it instilled in them. It's a bit of an art and everybody's got a different way of doing it.
Rob and assistant Ken have just 2 months to complete the Cub's total rebuild. Paul has realised the challenge he and Ronnie face.
I'm not looking forward to crossing the channel, but it's probably more of a mental barrier than a physical one. I'd like to see some cloth go back on, and obviously I'd like to see it back in the green. Once it's in its military green, it'll start to look something.
But before the Cub flies again, thousands of stitches will have to be expertly inserted in her new fabric.
It's one of many small components that keeps an aeroplane together. And that's the thing, the strength of an aeroplane is not in the individual components, it's in the total assembly. The key is just everything working in harmony together to build you a strong structure.
But Rob is locked in a race against time.
We've got to try and get this ready in time for the Normandy celebrations in June, about 9 weeks. So there's a couple hundred hours in doing a pair of wings. There's 100 and something hours in covering a fuselage. So it all adds up. There's work to do, we know what needs doing, and it's just a case of cracking on.
In the spa town of Harrogate, Paul is back at work, drilling core samples on a building site. He's been flying for more than 20 years.
Much nicer up there than down here. When I'm not working on the plane, I try to run a business. When I was 24, I'd saved up enough for a brand new motorcycle. But just before I bought it, the biggest insurer in the country pulled out the market. So I took the £4,500 and got myself a pilot's licence instead. I can't wait to get it finished. Can't wait for the lads to get it done and get it test flown. That'll be an interesting morning when it's time to test fly it. You never really know. As long as the wings don't fall off, it'll be all right.
It's April, and with just 2 months to go to D-Day plus 75, Rob and his assistant Ken have been working overtime to recover the Cub. It's taken just 4 days to glue hundreds of pounds worth of fabric over her fuselage and wings. Ken must weave hundreds of meters of thread through hundreds of precisely punched holes.
It can take getting on for a day to mark it out and punch all the holes. I was thinking, you know, if you get this wrong, it falls out of the sky or something like that. I think you got to, really.
Ken is master of a craft that dates back to the First World War. Lives depend on every stitch.
Rib stitching holds the fabric onto the ribs because it can balloon once it's flying on the top surface because of the low pressure. Glue is designed for a shear force like that, but it's not very good when it comes to the peeling force. So if that's pulling up like that, it can be sort of peeling it off.
It's a process that relies on mastering the modified seine knot.
Pull it through. Across to like that, see it? And then you go under that bit. Under that bit. And then through the loop.
Once the stitching is completed, the seams will be covered by tape. Paint will then be thinly applied. The Cub weighs just 553 kilos fully laden, and half of that is the weight of the pilot, passenger, and petrol. Every ounce saved will improve the aircraft's performance.
This has had a first coat of dope on it, primer coat, so that makes it ring.
Completing the fabric will take another week at least. Waiting for Ken to finish his work, pilot Joanne is keeping busy with her other passion, riding vintage motorcycles.
They're both quite basic, mechanical engineering. They're very similar, obviously, in their design, the lightweight. Both are exciting. The aircraft to fly and the bikes to ride about.
And she has the D-Day deadline on her mind.
Well, it's going to be amazing to get it across there. And with all the other L-birds that are going over as well, it's just going to be an amazing commemoration for the 75th anniversary.
In the hangar, painting the Cub is about to begin. The US Army only did 2 colours.
Drab olive and a light grey underneath, so it's standard camouflage colours using USA military paints colours.
But as the team begin the final days of the rebuild, they're about to discover a major problem that could ground the Cub.
If they fail the inspection, they won't be going anywhere.
We need a plan B. Not sure we've got one.
With just weeks to go, the D-Day trip is in jeopardy. It's May, and there's a crisis. With just 4 weeks to go, Rob has discovered the stainless steel fork ends that help hold on the wings may be defective.
If they fail the inspection, these are on 6-week lead time, so they won't be going anywhere for 6 weeks. So it's critical.
New ones aren't available anywhere in the UK.
I think there'll be a few upset members of the group. So we've got to get them off and find out if they're any cracks or whether they're good to go.
Doncaster Sheffield Airport in South Yorkshire. And Paul and Ronnie are on a mission that could save or sink the project.
They are a major structural component, and we just have to prove that they are serviceable.
Hello, it's Paul Goran here. We're here for the NDT testing on some units.
Yeah, okay, someone's coming down to you.
Thank you.
Following a fatal crash, aviation safety experts have insisted the fork ends are replaced after every 2,000 hours of flight. The trouble is, no one knows how many hours their Cub has flown.
If we had any paperwork, we've long since lost it. So we think these are about 25, 26 years old at least, and we've no idea how many hours they've done. So basically they're scrap until we prove that they're serviceable.
The future of the D-Day mission hangs on the parts passing a microscopic examination by metallurgists.
We need a plan B. Not sure we've got one. Morning.
Hello, lads, how you doing?
Yeah, fine.
What we'll probably do with these, Paul, is what we call a fluorescent penetrant inspection test.
Yeah.
So what we do there, we'll make sure that first of all there's no oil or grease on the surface of the component.
Yeah.
We'll then coat it with a chemical which is a very low surface tension material.
Yeah.
And what it'll do is that if there's any defects on the surface, it'll find its way into the defects.
The vital fork ends are being stained with a dye that shows up invisible cracks. If any are found, the Normandy flight is off. Ultraviolet light should show up any cracks.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on this, I think.
Paul and Ronnie can only wait and worry.
Last time I was like this, someone came out and said it's a boy.
Well, gents, here we go.
Go on then, good or bad?
Good, 2 serviceable components.
Right, lovely, marvellous. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, good luck.
I'm going to zoom these down to the aeroplane this afternoon. Hopefully by next week the wings will be on. By next Thursday, Friday we'll be flying it with a bit of luck. Test flight.
We'll toss up for the test flight and the loser does it.
Loser goes.
After a 100-mile drive to Rob's hangar, the restoration team are hitting the home straight. The fork ends are being refitted to the Cub. The missing paperwork has been found, and the aeroplane is ready to be reassembled.
We're at that stage where, barring cock-ups and disasters, it should go on. Has to, because I want rid of it.
Today, the restoration team must reattach the newly painted wings, the supporting struts and the control cables. It's a procedure where things can go badly wrong.
I suppose we could drop them. That would be a bad day. They're not heavy, but they're just awkward, and we're moving them around. One of us has got to run up a set of ladders and be able to hold the wing whilst we get the bolts in at the other end.
It's a critical stage. If one hole is out of alignment by a millimetre, they must start the process again.
Another 6 inches. They're tiny at this end, at the root end of the wing. And forward to the leading edge, please. There's 2 bolts at the, that hold the wing onto the aeroplane. That's all. You know, it's quite scary for the uninitiated. Hey, we're in. Well done. We just need to get the 2 holes to line up with the frame so that we can slide the bolt through. Can we go, back?
At last, the Cub is nearing completion.
Bit more. Whoop. Right, we're in. I think all that's got left to do is to put the serial number on the rudder. That's the serial number of the aircraft from manufacture. So I think we're going to have to cut this stencil in half. It's not going to work otherwise. We keep thinking of she's back in one piece when she arrived in one piece, and we've just turned her around. But no, she's now looking the way she must have done. It's quite special, isn't it? It's nice.
For the first time in over 70 years, the Cub is back in uniform. It's mid-May. She's almost ready to fly again. But not before her propeller has been bolted back in place.
So this is a very special propeller. Looks like they've had it painted and restored. Looks very clean. It is a beautiful thing, isn't it? They're laminated. So by that we mean there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 planks of wood laid on top of each other, all glued together. Well, it's moments like this when you get to the end of the project. It is good fun to see them go out looking like this. That's me just finding the set point on the torque. They're virtually finger tight. I'd be happy to fly the channel in that. I'm quite happy. It's a very simple aeroplane and there's not many things that can go wrong.
Well,
so let's add, we'll make that 15.
For Paul and Ronnie, the flight over the Channel is now only 3 weeks away. It's time for a flight plan.
The main problem with the Cub, it's fairly slow at 70 knots, which is 70 nautical miles per hour. But if we've got any headwind, say a 10 knot headwind, that's going to take 10 knots per hour.
60 knots over the ground, which takes longer, obviously.
It's late May, and the group have arrived to see their new Warbird for the first time since Rob completed work.
Yeah, prop looks a bit shiny, but no doubt we'll get some wear on that.
And the Cub's new olive drab paint job is drawing admiring glances.
Oh, it's fantastic. They've done a cracking job on it, and it looks just a business.
Done a great job, without a doubt.
It'll look better with some oil on it. It's not a showpiece. There's a war on, you know.
They've decided to name their Cub Olive, after her distinctive green colour scheme. Many wartime grasshoppers were christened by their crews.
I came down here a couple of weeks ago when I first saw it in the olive drab, and ever since then I've been calling the plane Olive. So I drew a little cartoon of Olive and put a Tommy gun in her hand. So she's going to be called Olive for this trip at least anyway. If the other guys don't like it, they can remove it. But we need a lucky mascot for the French trip, so that's going to be it. Right, where we're looking on here then, we need to miss all these rivets and things.
Thereabouts, yeah.
About there. or lower down.
In a few hours, the Cub will undergo her first test flight, but not before she's been officially weighed, a legal necessity for any aeroplane.
When we're loading this up to go to France, we'll calculate mine and Ronnie's weight, how much baggage we're putting in, whereabouts the baggage is going in relation to the balance of the aircraft. It keeps everything in the envelope, as you call it. There's an envelope where you're safe to fly within. If you stray out of the envelope, it affects the handling of the aircraft.
They all seem very pleased with it, which is gratifying after all the hours of hard work we've put in.
Keep it going, Ronnie. What, we're going just into wind, or?
Paul has volunteered to be test pilot, an amateur aviator about to take on one of the most dangerous jobs in flying.
First flight after rebuild, so we're just going to do a quick walk round. We'll start off at the front. We're looking for all lock wire where it's supposed to be, correct way around to stop the nuts from doing. Check the leading edges of the propeller. Rudder's connected, that's the big thing. Without a rudder, you ain't got a hope in hell in this old stuff. Well, it'll either fly or it won't, will it? We're not getting off this planet alive, whatever happens, are we? So I could go down as a test pilot in history. Now, I'll just turn it over, just to, because it hasn't had any oil around it for years, has it? Got one there that's not making compression. She's a goer.
There's a strong wind, and Cubs are notorious for being hard to fly in conditions like this.
Right, okay. Yeah, we're good to go. We've finally got it started. Feed the power in nice and steady. Bring up the tail. 30 knots. 35.
Paul's finding the Cub is trying to turn into the blustery wind.
500 feet, we're now legal, so that makes me happy. Still climbing, T's and P's are good.
But he must keep his mind on the basics.
No slop. Nicely weighted. Everything responds the same way. And around we go.
The magnetos are once again proving a problem.
Here come the bumps. 50 knots we're looking for. 50 knots we've got. And that's not too bad at all. I've done a lot worse than that.
After just 15 minutes in the air, the Cub is heading back to the hangar. It's Paul's chance to download his thoughts to Rob.
Well, first off, it's not very pleasant up there at all. No. It's a seriously horrible day for flying through something like this. Yeah. They're getting bounced all around the sky. It feels completely different. It seems to want to roll very quickly, which you never used to do. It also used to take a bit of heaving over. So I thought I was going to do a gentle turn on climb out, and it turned out to be not a gentle turn, and then a big correction the other way. And then obviously we've got to work on this mag switch. For some reason we've got something wrong there. Doesn't inspire confidence when you've turned one of the mags off and nothing happens. Now I know what it's like to be a test pilot, I'll stick to drilling.
The team have only days to get to the bottom of the Cub's long-standing magneto problems. If they can't find the right answers, the D-Day flight is in jeopardy.
Oh, at the moment we've got a little bit of work to do, so you'd be crazy to set off until you know you've got your magnetos correct.
The group has work to do, and not long to finish it.
Plugs, harnesses,
The South Coast, June the 5th. And aeroplanes are gathering for a new, friendly invasion of France. Thanks to the discovery of a wiring problem in the magneto, the Cub is repaired and ready to join the Armada.
We got the aircraft back. We've done 3 or 4 hours in it to test fly it. It's all serviced, rebuilt, good to go.
That's 1780.
So, yeah, it's been 5 months in the making to this point.
Paul and Ronnie are joining a fleet of Cubs crossing the Channel to join the D-Day celebrations in Normandy. They'll be flying in loose formation with 2 other L4 Cubs.
This is a beautiful aeroplane.
It was only finished last week.
Was it?
Yeah, I've got to knock the shine off it. It's flying well. I looked on the map. If I go over out of Dover Port and then stay west of Calais, it's literally 20 miles.
Yeah, shortest crossing is best. Yeah.
My mate can't swim.
This won't be a comfortable flight. There's no life raft, and the forecast is uncertain.
We're not all that confident about the weather on the French coast, but we're keeping a close eye, so hopefully it'll work out all right. We have life jackets, which we'll put on obviously, and a personal locator beacon, which always comes in handy. And the rest is up to fate, really. Up to the gods.
The aircraft doesn't know it's flying over water. It's the pilots that worry, not the aeroplane. If all else fails, I'll use Ronnie as a flotation device and paddle him back to dry land. Like that, isn't it, Ronnie?
Cubs from all over the UK are joining the armada heading for France, flying in the slipstream of the pilots who spearheaded the invasion.
It feels a very special occasion for us. I think we're going to be making some memories this weekend, yeah, absolutely.
It's time for takeoff. The Cub is heading off on an ambitious flight across some of the world's busiest sea lanes. Paul and Ronnie's survival relies on a 65 horsepower engine designed almost 90 years ago.
I try not to think about it really and just concentrate on the task in hand. It's nowhere near as heroic as what they were doing back then, and nobody's shooting at us either, so not really the same thing in my book, but still pretty daunting nonetheless. We'll get a bit of an idea of what some of these guys went through.
Wow, this is awesome, Ron.
In a way, we're paying homage to them, I suppose, and hopefully when we finish doing it, somebody else will pick up the baton and run with it.
We're above the cloud. Wow, look at it up here. I love it. Woohoo! How nice is that?
The aircraft is good for another 30 years now, which will see certainly see me and Ronnie's flying careers out, and hopefully it will then be passed on to new owners, and they will see fit to carry on the legacy.
Is that the coast we can see, or is that just a cloud bank? Over there, yeah. Coast. Is it? Oh, yeah. Golf Oscar Romeo on frequency. We're at 2,600 feet, approaching Dover. The channel looks clear.
75 years ago, these skies were thick with Allied planes heading for enemy territory.
Have you armed the bombs? Calibrated the gun sight?
Paul and Ronnie must also look out for the other Cubs.
Guys, Paul and Ronnie were just coasting out overhead the memorial south of Dover, 3,200 feet.
Roger, Ron in Lima Hotel, we are about a mile in front of you, 3,500 feet. Save at the moment, boys.
Okay, 2050, how fast we're doing, 60?
Yeah, 60 knots.
So we're level?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, I'm happy. Can you see France?
Yeah, I can, yeah.
Well, there's plenty of shipping about, mate.
The Rogers can France see us.
Land is now more than 10 miles away in either direction. Too far to glide to safety if the engine gives up now.
There's no shoreline, it's high tide. So if we can't make the top of the cliffs, we've had it. Right, there's a small boat down there, look, so anything goes wrong now, we'll keep an eye on that boat. Wow, this is epic, Ron. Absolutely epic.
Absolutely, yeah.
Legal information, Golf Bravo Romeo Oscar Romeo for basic service.
Golf Bravo Romeo Oscar Romeo, bonjour.
Visibility is getting worse.
I've lost the guy in front, but I got one. Low. 2 o'clock low. Hypercup. Or is it? Or is it a boat? No, that's not an aeroplane, is it?
But the Cub is nearing her destination.
That's Calais just there, is it?
Yeah, I think so. That's the harbour there, look, Ram.
Yeah, okay.
After 45 minutes in the air, the Cub has almost made it. And so have Paul and Ronnie's wingmen.
Having fun.
LA Golf Bravo Romeo, Oscar Romeo, turning finals, 2-4, right.
Hotel Golf Oscar Romeo, surface wind 22, 0 degrees, 8 knots, report runway vacated.
Very nice. Not too bad, was it? Let's have some fresh air in. There's two Cubs in front. Lovely stuff. Well done, that man. Woohoo! We made it.
That's the best thing I've ever done in an aeroplane.
There you go. That's off, that's off, that's off, that's off. I'm getting hooked. I'm getting hooked in France, Ron.
You are, you? Good man.
En français.
Aye.
Québec, visuel sur les 3 en vente arrière, on s'intègre derrière.
In the region that was the scene of the bloody battle for Europe following D-Day, a flock of cubs is returning. Ronnie and Paul are arriving in the middle of the biggest wartime anniversary France has seen in years. 300 warbirds are congregating.
I suppose after what we've done, it's a bit of a relief getting here in one piece. Obviously we've got to get home again. But we're really looking forward to what's going on here, meeting all the new guys from all over Europe and Scandinavia really, and I think there's a few Yanks joining in as well, so it'll be nice to catch up. Nice to give Ronnie a bit of an outing.
Paul and Ronnie have joined aviators from all over Europe to celebrate the part played by one of the smallest warbirds in one of the war's greatest operations. Some of the pilots are experts on the L-bird's past.
As a historian, it's a privilege to actually visit the sites where these aircraft operated in military conditions. You know, this is the underdog. People have described this, it's the little plane that went to war. And it is, you know, this aircraft was as important to the war as a B-17 or a P-51 Mustang.
Thousands of people have flocked to Normandy to celebrate the liberation of France and pay their respects to those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Only a few hundred pilots who flew in the days that followed the invasion are still alive, and only a handful are fit to attend the 75th anniversary. Jim Kunkel is one of them.
Every time we took off, we saw what was going on that beachhead. So, you know, it was just magnificent. When you flew along the line and you see the British and the Canadians and the Americans, it's unbelievable. I don't think I played a very big role. I was just one of a million great guys. And I have strong feelings. I think the D-Day belongs to the ground forces.
But the weather, which delayed D-Day itself in 1944, is once again at work.
The weather is not going to be very good, and it's going even to be very, very bad.
The storm Eleanor is coming, okay? It will impact the area tomorrow at midday. The expected wind at midday is 40 knots up to 50.
For light planes covered in fabric and few hangars to house them, it's a devastating outlook.
We were hoping to do a flight over the beaches tomorrow, big mass thing, with as many aircraft as possible. But it looks as though that's gone by the board now.
Paul doesn't like the sound of the forecast, and he's made a difficult decision.
We're bugging out. The briefing there, the weather forecast, 50 knots. You're not tying these planes down into grass at 50 knots. They're going to take off on their own. So immediately after this briefing, we're out.
We need to be gone, do we?
We do.
Yeah.
In a hurry.
After years of planning and 3 days in the air to get here, it's terrible news. But the Cub has once again helped to make history. And by running for home, she'll survive to fly another day.
Right, fuel is on.
There's an immense amount of satisfaction in knowing that we played our part in getting them to a fantastic event in history. We are all very grateful for the sacrifices that those people made.
It may well be on his swan song of his flying career. So we're both really happy. Obviously the guys back then would probably laugh at us now, but we'll be back to commemorate what they did another day.
The Cub is homeward bound, finally recognised for what she is, a war hero no longer in disguise. These are the planes that won wars, proud veterans of the days when heroes fought in the skies.
You don't fly it, you actually strap it on, and then you are one with the aeroplane.
In hangars and workshops across Britain, engineers and enthusiasts are fighting a desperate duel against corrosion.
It's only glued on, I'm sure it'll be all right.
And the clock.
I'll be pretty gutted if we don't make it.
Their mission, to return historic military aircraft to the skies.
The hardest thing is finding the parts.
From Falklands vets to Cold War jets.
As a little lad, you go, mum, can I have an Airfix kit? Now it's time to play, isn't it?
But it can be an unpredictable business.
We fueled it up and all those seals decided to let go a bit.
We need a plan B. Not sure we've got one.
And dangerous.
It can turn nasty quickly.
Contact. You're taking off thinking if the engine stops, where are you going to land? I mean, I've had 3 engine failures.
It takes serious money.
You need a cool £3 to £6 million to get a good Spitfire.
And total dedication.
Minus 28. Some of the tools are freezing up.
15 minutes of holding a screwdriver, you can't feel your fingers.
Coventry Airport, Warwickshire, where old airliners come to retire. But this plane graveyard is home to a very rare bird with a glorious past. Night Fright is a Douglas C-47 that dropped American paratroopers on D-Day.
Move it! Yeah!
Now she's being prepared to fly again on the 75th anniversary of her finest hour, joining a mass flypast over the beaches of Normandy. The engineering team have worked on the plane for over 2 years. This is a critical point for owner Charlie Walker and Chief Engineer Ben Cox. They have just 6 months left to rebuild the plane.
It's a race against time. Is it going to be tight? Yes. Are we going to be ready? Hopefully.
For Berkshire businessman and a professional pilot Charlie, this is a passion project with a 7-figure price tag. And it's being bankrolled by the family firm, based on the wartime airfield at Membury.
It's a project born out of passion, really. It's about history, and it's not about money. It's not a business. We're not trying to make money out of it. We purely want to remember what happened, particularly with Troop Carrier Command and obviously Membury Airfield, where we're based. So, you know, sort of giving something back to these guys, really, and that's what's driving us.
Charlie is not only on the management team of the family business, he's also a commercial pilot, and in his spare time, flies Warbirds.
I've always loved history and vintage aviation and old airplanes, really. So, you know, I've flown, you know, Dragon Rapides, Chipmunks, Proctors, Apprentices, and, you know, I can't wait to add, you know, some hours in night fright to my logbook, really.
"75 years ago, Membury was the centre of another massive logistical operation, the Allied invasion of Europe.
The plan was for 3 Allied airborne divisions to land behind the beaches to cut Nazi communications and disorganize the enemy.
From these runways, the C-47s of the US Army Air Force took off for D-Day, the biggest invasion the world had ever seen.
First striking forces in the most momentous assault of all time were the paratroopers, scheduled to drop behind the enemy's lines.
We sort of thought that would be pretty cool, sort of in terms of giving something back to the site. Could we find an aeroplane that flew from Membury, bring it back to Membury, have it as a gate guardian, just as a static exhibit on the airfield? And then we said to ourselves, well, that's cool, but it'd be cool if it could fly, wouldn't it?
With just 25 weeks until D-Day, Ben's hand-picked team of engineers are working overtime to get Night Fright ready. Their bonus will be a seat on board for a flight to the 75th anniversary celebrations in France.
They're all doing sort of 10-hour days. They're all very committed. We all believe it's possible and we're all working hard towards it. I'll be pretty gutted if we don't make it.
Night Fright cost Charlie £60,000 and was rescued from a plane scrapyard in Arkansas. She hasn't flown in 10 years. This is a major challenge.
This one's in particularly rough shape, and mainly the amount of corrosion that we found that we weren't expecting. You know, you find a lot of old paint and grime under the floors particularly. This aeroplane's been a freighter carrying chickens and sheep, and you can only imagine what's gone down onto the floor there. And we've replaced pretty much every floor beam in the aeroplane. We weren't actually expecting to change any. So no, it could have been a lot easier. Structurally, it could have been a lot easier.
After 7 decades, obtaining the parts to recreate a wartime troop carrier isn't easy, and many vital components are missing. They must find them.
We've been looking all over the world for parts. We found stuff on Facebook, on eBay, everywhere. We've scoured the globe really to try and find what we need.
Charlie has harnessed the power of social media, involving thousands of enthusiasts in his project.
We started out small with a Facebook page and it's kind of grown and grown from there really. We've probably got, I don't know, 5,000 or 6,000 followers on Facebook, something like that, and a few thousand on YouTube and Instagram and Twitter and everywhere else. You know, every now and again we'll put out a request on social media for a part we're after, and you know, the amount of people that reply is just incredible.
And through Facebook, Charlie has just bought another C-47 he found in Canada.
The idea is that we can use it as a parts bird, for want of a better term, so we'll go out, make an assessment and remove everything we can really, just to speed up the process with Night Fright, you know. We'll certainly be putting out regular video updates so people can check in with us, and we're hoping a few people might come down and help us out.
And it's not long before Charlie's arriving in Canada, keeping his online followers updated.
It's been a bit of an epic. We were holding over Toronto for a couple of hours. It's about -20 and blowing snow everywhere. So the race is on. We've got to grab the truck and head for Peterborough. We've obviously lost the afternoon now, so it's all systems go.
The freezing temperatures are causing transit headaches again this morning. Yeah, skies are bright and beautiful, but this kind of cold, a lot of things just aren't built to withstand for very long, and the human body is one of them.
It's midwinter, and the team have landed in the worst freeze in recent memory.
You say -21, it feels cold, but it's not, I don't think it's not crazy, he says.
Charlie has brought with him Night Fright engineers Tom, Rich and Neil.
Everyone set? Yeah, let's roll.
They're heading for a local airport in rural Ontario.
-25.
Well, I'll never whinge how cold the hangar is in commentary anymore.
-28. He's got to get that. He's got to get that.
He's taking over as chief social media manager when I leave.
No bears out here, is there? Don't think so.
It is bitter and dangerously so if you're out unprepared for any period of time. The exposed skin can freeze in a matter of minutes.
I'm slightly nervous of stepping out.
Most of the 10,000 military C-47s became civilian airliners after the war. As the DC-3, many like this one did more than 50 years serving isolated communities, from the Far East to the Arctic.
They're just removing some of the wing root fairings. You can see Rich is up on the top there.
Airlines often removed and threw away items fitted for the military. But this aeroplane, operating in Canada's far north, retained most of her wartime features.
It's an air vent.
Which is why they're here.
I got it.
The plan of attack is really to get stuck straight into it, to get all the bits stripped off and organised. We've got a 40-foot shipping container arriving tomorrow, and then we've got to go over to a separate storage facility and collect the engines and a whole bunch of other spare parts and get them into the container really before the end of the week. So the race is on.
Looks like it's going to come off.
Former pilot Paul Clark heard about the operation through Facebook and has volunteered to join it.
Clearing snow, taking parts off the inside. I've been doing whatever sort of been asked of me here today. It's a wonderful thing they're doing, trying to keep these old birds flying. And I think they need all the help they can get, so we'll support them wherever we can.
This is the winter fuse fairing, quite an important piece. So what we can try and do is just rob what we can and then repair up. So next time, hopefully I'll be playing with this, it'll be in a nice warm workshop.
Engineer Richard has a shopping list of parts he needs. Night Fright's wing fairings, designed to ensure smooth airflow over the fuselage, are corroded beyond repair.
It's 70, 80 years old now. They don't make these things anymore, and the parts what are available, if you can get them, are so expensive. What a lot of people don't realise in aviation is component robbery. It goes on a lot. In a sense, if it's serviceable then for the next aircraft, then it can be used. So it's saving me a job making it.
Tom has his eyes on the plane's vintage control panel.
Instruments and the pilot and co-pilot seats. Fuel gauge.
Neil is also an RAF aircraft engineer who is lending his expertise to the project.
There's something about it which captures a lot of people's imaginations, but mine especially. It's a war-winning bird, Eisenhower quoted that one of the 4 items that won the war was the C-47. This is where the radio operator sat during the war. So this is a very desirable seat by a lot of the guys restoring C-47s at the moment. So the only one that's on the internet at the moment for sale is the one on eBay. They're asking well over £1,000 for it. Now, personally, I'd love to have it in my man cave.
Put it up in your bloody man.
No, I haven't.
Poor old Helen.
She likes that Art Deco type of things.
I think within the next half hour it'll probably drop 5 or 10 degrees.
They're in a race against the Canadian winter. It's barely 3 p.m, but the sun is already dropping.
We've still got a lot to do. So by the time Thursday comes, it might be panic. You might see us running around like lunatics.
Coming up, back in Coventry, more parts of Night Fright are written off, adding to the workload.
I don't know how you describe that, mullered really, but it's got to be changed really for a nice one.
And the big freeze puts the skids under the team.
It's a no-go at the moment.
While most of the Night Fright team is in Canada dismantling a decommissioned C-47 for parts, back in Coventry, Simon is painstakingly replacing all the window frames in the cockpit.
The originals, the blanks, they don't fit nicely. And then we've still got a bit to trim off there. Because the aircraft's not perfect to drawing, the new one won't fit exactly in, so you've got to bodge about trying to get it to fit nicely and then drill the holes.
A lot of the C-47s were built in a hurry for the war. They weren't expected to last 75 years. Wear and tear and poor maintenance over the years means many parts need to be replaced to make Night Fright fit to fly.
Double holes like that are not really acceptable. That sort of, I don't know how you describe that, mullered really. But it's got to be changed really for a nice one.
All this takes time, and jobs like this can't be rushed. But D-Day is drawing ever nearer.
I don't think there's anything that's unmanageable, just you don't know what you're going to find. We came up here, we found one piece of corrosion here. When we looked further, every single one had to be changed. And that's what you're dealing with. So it's gone from being able to blend out and maybe scarf something in to having to strip out the whole cockpit and spend 2-3 weeks repairing each frame.
The detail in the workmanship is at the heart of this project, and nobody is cutting corners, but there's a lot of work to do. And in Canada, the cold weather is slowing down the whole operation.
Some of the tools are freezing up, which is not a great start, but I guess I'm not surprised given it's minus 28. But so yeah, just gone to grab a little heat gun. Hopefully we can get some heat on some things and get them unfrozen and keep going.
Without gloves, flesh sticks to metal in moments.
That's frozen as well. Genius. That's it. It's got it. It's just the leading edge.
Bingo. Oh.
But it's agonizingly slow going. Compressed air power tools are slowing down or seizing. They're falling behind.
Well, every time you use compressed air, water, of course, from the air will condense in the pipes and freeze before it gets to the end. If you're using a drill, when you've got no pressure, the drill's not going to work.
Charlie and Paul are going on the hunt for a bigger compressor with a petrol engine and a battery-powered drill. Simple tasks are taking twice as long as usual.
2 pairs of gloves on just keep your hands warm. You know, you've got no feeling for handling nuts and bolts or a screwdriver, so you've got to take gloves off when you want to do something a little bit on the small side. So just everything takes just a little bit longer.
But traces of this plane's military career are emerging from the ice.
In the factory, they used to ink stamp every frame, governed by the distance to this frame, or to that frame in inches from the front of the aeroplane. No flying C-47 has got that exposed. They might have it under hundreds of layers of paint, but that's what we're trying to get on show so you can actually see it. We will replicate either the ink stamp or we'll get a stencil made and we'll have to spray it.
Hot from a DIY shop, cold weather tools are arriving.
Mission complete.
Ready to go, Toronto.
But the cold is defeating even this.
This should be running, it's brand new.
It's back to hand tools for now. They're removing the bump stops, aluminium beams used to prevent heavily armed paratroopers damaging the fuselage skin.
Find an aircraft that's still got these fitted is rare, I suppose. And this is why this particular C-47 was such a good opportunity for us, really, to purchase nearly a one-stop shop for everything that we need.
Charlie's Facebook followers back home are anxious for news from the snow.
The first update is it's cold. You can see we've got the left hand, the port wingtip off. The guys have moved some stuff out of the airplane. Hopefully our sea freight container arrives this afternoon so we can start packing some of that. It's like the guys are just struggling a little bit to get this new compressor that we've got started at the moment.
Fuel's on, choke's on.
The impending arrival of the shipping container is forcing the team to rush to meet the deadline.
It's so close.
So we've got quite a few hundred rivets to drill out. It's a no-go at the moment.
If they can't find a way of powering up, vital parts may miss the boat. In the cold of Canada, the heat is on.
That game wasn't won by the man who made that touchdown. It was won by a team.
It was in early 1942 that American troops charged into the UK.
We're playing another kind of a game now, only this one isn't for fun. It's for keeps.
Motivated by propaganda films like this, produced in Hollywood.
This game won't be won by any single player either. It'll be won by a team. A team called the United Nations. The ball will be carried by the men in the backfield.
The runways of RAF Membury are deserted now. Silent memorials to a wartime era that's all but forgotten.
You okay on the steps?
Yeah, I'm all right.
But not by Ron Tarry and his boyhood friend Bill Gregory.
Well, it's difficult to imagine now really what it was like, what was going on all around us. You know, that hive of activity with aircraft taking off and landing, and the villages were full of the 101st Airborne Division. Everything around would revolve around that.
That's true. I think that we became airborne on this runway,
exactly, yes,
eh?
yeah, a few times on there, yes, by all means, yeah.
In 1944, they were teenage air cadets. but adopted as mascots by the newly arrived American air crews at Membury and neighbouring Ramsbury.
Silence on the surface now down there.
Yeah,
You can't imagine what a busy place it was.
That's true. All those lovely C-47s
Well,
going
yes,
down
exactly,
that
yeah,
road.
yeah.
The two old friends are about to see remarkable colour footage, a newly discovered film shot by one of the servicemen in the lead-up to D-Day.
If you just press that, Bill, it should just...
That starts it off.
It should.
Oh yeah, Bill's in charge. He's a young lad.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just taken off, yes.
Yeah, P-38 taken off.
Well, that's a B-26 Marauder, isn't it? I think that one.
Yep. They were always so smart, weren't they?
Oh yes, they were, yeah.
Yeah. This is my favourite. You can't beat You can't beat a C-47.
The American C-47 crews specialised in launching troop-carrying gliders by picking up the tow cable in flight.
The acceleration, I remember, was amazing. We sat there, we were stationary, and within about 2 seconds you were doing 100-odd mile an hour, and a strange sensation.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It was a risky operation.
That is very rare footage.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
Very rare. It's coming back in. No brakes. They just dug the nose in, didn't they?
That's right, yes, yeah.
In a peaceful English spring, the aircrew were training for landings under fire in Normandy.
They treated us as their friends, as cadets who wanted to fly, or anything they could do to help or entertain us, they did, and it was quite amazing, really. It seemed so casual compared with what the RAF used to be when they were here first, and so leant our backs against the control tower and say, "Where's a pilot who could take us somewhere?" You know, it was as simple as that.
They'd get you up front and explain everything. It was really noisy and rattly.
We went all over the place. Remember once we flew in night formation, and a whole bunch of Dakotas, about 30 of them in formation, with navigation lights on, and flew out over Wales and back round again.
I did sit in the co-pilot seat once on the C-47. Biggest thrill of my life. Yeah, it was terrific.
It's difficult to see how winning the war would have been very much more difficult, but for the American support.
Soon, it's hoped Night Fright will land on the runway in Membury, but there's 4 months of work ahead. Coming up, corroded rivets add to the team's massive workload.
It's been rotting away for 70 years, so we're just trying to bring it back to life.
And fabric specialist Mark gives his work a lifetime guarantee.
This rudder will be flying on an aircraft probably when I'm gone.
On the shores of the Solent, in another workshop, more vital components of Night Fright are being repaired. Mark Masters is one of the UK's leading aviation fabric experts.
So this is the DC3 rudder, and this is basically how we would start the process. We get given the component. As you can see, it's all been reworked, and this will get covered in the fabric, seconite, rib stitched, taped, and then ready for fitting to the aircraft.
Although most of Night Fright is made of aluminium, its tail was covered in fabric for weight reasons. It also made it less vulnerable to enemy fire.
Originally, these would have been covered in linen, and then the tautening would have been done with using dope, which would have been brushed on and had an element to it which would allow the fabric to tighten. But this is a modern material which you glue on all around the edges, and then you actually use a household iron to tauten it up. So, a nice dose of glue.
Mark is following in the brushstrokes of the workers at the Douglas Aircraft Company who turned out enough planes to drop 50,000 paratroopers on D-Day.
I think that's the difference for me, is I'm thinking I'm doing this because I'm preserving the aircraft now, rather than doing something which potentially could fly for a few hours and that would be the end of its life.
Properly done, fabric control surfaces can last 30 years.
This rudder will be flying on an aircraft probably when I'm gone, and quite possibly still have the same fabric as we're fitting on it now.
Back on the other side of the Atlantic, the weather has gone from bad to worse.
Welcome to sunny Canada. Here we go again.
But at last, they have power.
Oh, just a fuel problem, oil it up. So, fingers crossed. You can rip into it now. Without it, would be no chance. As you can see, I've got a lot more air pressure as well.
Without computer-aided design, 30's aircraft were over-engineered, capable of withstanding far greater stresses than were necessary. So it makes them hard to take apart.
We need to get the cargo floor out. So the cargo floor is in 3 strips in a way, 3 planks from the aft bulkhead all the way up to the forward bulkhead. So that's a lot of rivets. 250 per side, up to 7.
The weather is getting worse, adding wind chill to their problems, and the lorry is on its way.
Hour and a half to Biggin.
It's a real race.
We got a lot of stuff to pack.
That's the problem, it's getting a bit unruly, isn't it? Okay everyone, bit of an afternoon update for you here in Peterborough. Neil and I took off the tail cone this morning. You can see the instrument panel there. We've taken, well, pretty much all of the gauges and instruments out. The aim is obviously to take all of this original cargo floor out of the aircraft. That's one of the key things that we came for, really.
It's a big rig and a big load.
Trying to get some organisation amongst that lot. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow, really.
Wants to go this way a bit. This way, this way.
A winter sea crossing of the Atlantic means they must carefully pack their haul of components. One loose item could wreck many more. It's mid-February, 3.5 months to go, and in Coventry, the engines and undercarriage have now been fitted. Work is progressing, but agonisingly slowly.
Rivet! Yeah, it's good, yeah.
Despite spending a 7-figure sum, Night Fright is still a long way from completion.
Personally, I've never seen corrosion like this. I mean, if you look at this, I mean, you're just ripping that off just like it's paper, really. It's just...
Water gets in between 2 seams of aluminium skin and just sits there, and it'll just eventually corrode the material and eat and eat and eat it, because there's no way to get rid of that moisture. And usually it is only fit for one place, and that's the scrap bin.
It's becoming clear that this is a much bigger job than first anticipated.
It's your hidden enemy, it's your worst nightmare, really. So you do an initial inspection of the aircraft and you remove panels here and there. You get guys to, you know, stick their head in between panels and you think, oh, it's not too bad, it's not too bad. There's bound to be a little bit of corrosion. It's a, 75-year-old aeroplane. But once you start removing fuel tanks and panels, and you get into stuff like this, really, and you realise you've got a whole load more work to do.
One day, Charlie hopes Night Fright will be hangared in Membury.
We try to give back as much to the site as possible. We're putting a little museum across the other side of the road where people can come and sort of see what happened here back in the 1940s. And there's a huge sense of history, a huge sense of history.
Ron and Bill lived through that history. They witnessed D-Day.
Everybody really knew they were preparing to D-Day. The only way we could win the war was to land in France and invade France and capture Germany.
In the early morning of June 6th, the first group of gliders was pulled off the ground and towed out across the channel to be cut loose over the area where the paratroopers had dropped earlier.
In fact, I was on a glider course at Bray near Maidenhead on D-Day, and these C-47s towing gliders flew over on the way to France. They think they landed at near Saint-Mary-Église. That's where that flight was pretty going to.
Many of the men Ron and Bill knew would not survive D-Day. Enemy fire and landing accidents took a particularly heavy toll on glider pilots.
The small fields in which they were forced to land caused serious losses.
In Coventry, Ben and his team are still desperately trying to be ready for the D-Day anniversary. The Canadian parts are en route, and there's still a lot to do when they arrive. But Rich and Tom are back in a warm hangar.
Okay, rivet. Yeah, it's good.
The trailing edge repair's going on there. That's nearly there now, so that'll be on in a couple of weeks. Tailplane's being repaired, getting prepped for paint, you know, heating system, all the cockpit area, all sorts going through the paint shop. It'll suddenly we'll be running out of stuff to clean up, and we'll be running out of excuses not to bolt them on.
Rich is busy replacing hundreds of rivets in the rebuilt centre section.
Okay, rivet.
The vital component that joins the wing to the fuselage. Corroded parts inside have been painstakingly replaced.
We're just trying to bring it back to life as it is. It's been rotting away for 70 years, so...
Rivet. Yeah, we got that.
It's a critical job. One wrong move with the rivet gun could set them back weeks.
If I was to shoot the rivet gun without him being on the back of the rivet, the skin would have to come back off again, it'd be scrapped.
That'll do you.
The twin Pratt and Whitney engines are also being readied to run for the first time.
The engines have been mounted on the frames, as you can see. The engine mounts have all been locked down, torqued up. Everything's just about ready to go.
And spraying primer on every component is a major job.
It's a protective coating for the metal, stops corrosion, and for a military aircraft provides camouflage as well.
For many of the team, this is a passion project.
I think the enjoyment comes from taking an aircraft such as this and seeing it in its bare metal state and then taking it all the way through to the final job. And you get a certain amount of job satisfaction then from seeing the finished article go out the door.
They are just part of a team, each specialising in one area of aeroplane building.
I'm just making a little insert for the upper nose hatch.
This is the flap position indicator cable. This end should pop out in the cockpit.
So we've got a radio box to fit the comms for the pilot to talk to air traffic control. They're a wooden antenna wrapped in copper sheath, and there'll be a copper wire from that to the tail.
I only just turned 19, so I'm still pretty young in the industry, but I've been working around aircraft since I was about 3, so my dad, who's over there at the moment, he done his apprenticeship at RE Bedford, so he grew up around aircraft, and obviously when I was born, it sort of just became part of me really, going up and helping out, and then I just loved it ever since, and I thought, right, this is what I want to do with my life, so everything I've done has been tailored around working on aircraft.
Yeah.
There's 3 months to go until the 75th anniversary of D-Day. The team are pushing on with work on the flight deck. The crew door is back on. As chief engineer, Ben must sign off each and every part.
Checking all the locking and the installation of the rudder pedals. One of the lads is fitted just before we go to the next stage. There's spraying going on all the time, really. Because of course everything needs painting, whether it be bits of repairs or nuts and bolts need painting before they get reassembled.
Not everything is pristine. They're working hard to preserve Night Fright's wartime scars too.
On one of the first D-Day missions, it took over 100 hits and it was out of service for a couple of days. So you can, if I just sort of point to one of the cannon holes there at the top, just above the hamburger door. So I've got a great picture of the co-pilot James Hart pointing at that. It's pretty cool to keep these sort of battle scars and sort of patch round them where you can, so you can preserve it and for people can see, see what happened really.
It's a big day at Coventry. More parts are on the way.
I guess today's the day when we find out whether 2 weeks hard work in Canada will come to fruition. Hopefully we'll open the doors on the container and everything will be in good nick and the guys can get it into production and get it onto the aircraft.
But with bad weather in the Atlantic last week, there are no guarantees.
Let's just hope it's all in one piece, shall we?
It's a big day at Coventry Airport. The container has finally arrived from Canada, and it's good news.
It's all right, isn't it? I hope so.
Although a wheel has come loose, it hasn't damaged anything else.
You lash everything down as much as you can, all being well, it gets to the other end and it's still in roughly the same place.
Straight into the paint shop, Tom.
Straight to the paint shop.
There's all sorts of little treasures that we gained when we were out there, really, and sort of lots of parts that all speed up the process, but the really rare items are the paratrooper benches and the cargo floor, really, so we're pretty happy with that. So we've gone from about -30 to what, +10? It's only a 40-degree swing.
5 years ago you couldn't give it away and now everybody wants it. A DC3 hasn't become a collector's item rather than a workhorse, I think. People have realised they're worth saving.
Some stuff's more urgent than others, really. I mean, some items will literally probably go into the paint stripping bay today, if not tomorrow. So, you know, some of it's pretty urgent, other bits are sort of longer term. But yeah, it's a great result in terms of the parts haul.
And Ben's other renovation projects are largely on hold. This is one of the biggest, fastest Warbird restorations attempted for years. And already, they're well behind.
We're just in the throes of putting the cockpit back together. Instrument panel's being painted today. That'll be in towards the end of the week. Tailplane is just ready to be mated and go back in. That'll happen in the next couple of weeks, I imagine.
But despite the team's best efforts, and with just 6 weeks to the D-Day anniversary, Ben has made a painful decision.
We've been aiming to get it to Normandy for June the 6th. That's not going to happen, unfortunately. So we're a little bit behind schedule, obviously. There's been a lot to do, a lot more than we expected. Realistically, it's going to be towards the end of the summer, September time.
Yeah. Disappointed, frustrated? Yeah, definitely. Of course I am. That was, you know, that was something that was really important to us, and we wanted to hit that major milestone. But, you know, would we have ended up rushing a little bit to make that deadline, cut a few corners? Yeah, probably we would. And would the aircraft have been what I call ready and perfect? No, probably not. So it allows us that bit of extra time to concentrate on areas that, you know, perhaps we wouldn't have. And you know, there's still lots of great things to look forward to. So yes, disappointed, but excited still.
But Ben has a plan B.
We've got another DC3 here at Coventry that hasn't flown for a little while. We were intending to put that back in the air when this one was finished. So we're going to bring that one to the front of the queue and get that done. We're confident we've got enough time and go in that one instead. This one was here at the airport, just come off a Coast Guard contract actually. It was equipped for spraying the sea with detergent in the event of an oil slick.
So basically it was paid to sit around, but well maintained. So this has had a nice charmed life.
And its life is about to get even better. Over the next few weeks, Ben and the team plan to do maintenance checks, paint it in RAF markings, and fly it to France to join the D-Day celebrations in place of night fright.
Pretty pleased how it's coming out, given the timescales we've got to work with.
Prior to D-Day, it was decided that black and white invasion stripes should be painted on Allied aircraft to reduce the chance of friendly fire.
So everything went black and white stripes sort of overnight. Goodness knows how they did it, because it's taken us a week. They did however many thousand aeroplanes in a very small period, so I think it was quite an impressive undertaking. They were all brushing them on with whitewash brushes, and it was fairly crude, but you look at period photos and actually they did a pretty good job. We're appreciating now how impressive that was.
All the lads that have worked on Charlie's, we're all aiming to go out there and see it. Of course, it's not going to be ready, so it's just as well we've got our hands on this one, and we can hopefully go in this and join in the lineup, which is what I think everyone collectively in the hangar wanted to do, and to be part of something. I'm hoping to jump out of it, but it'd be nice. All you have to do is jump, apparently. It's not difficult.
A week later, the paint has dried, and the props have been overhauled, ready to go back on.
That's it. They're solid aluminium blades, with a steel hub. They're held on with a, as with most things, a great big nut. Without a catastrophic failure, that can't go anywhere.
The next set of checks and tests now need to be carried out. The engines need to be run at low power to check everything is functioning.
Very happy. Only a couple of little minor snags, but that was to be expected. My gut feeling from what I've seen today is it's all right.
And they're in good company. Another C-47 has called in for some scheduled maintenance before it too goes to the celebrations in France.
This particular aircraft, that's all brother, it flew as the lead of the main invasion, airborne invasion on D-Day. It led over 800 other C-47s across the English Channel.
Ben has been kind enough to help out the crew.
There's a very strong bond and camaraderie. It takes a lot of work to keep these airplanes flying, and we'll only be successful if we work together to make that happen.
And happen it has. The team's newly acquired DC-3 has been weighed. Engines have been checked for leaks. It's had low power runs, high power runs, magneto checks, more prop tests, flight tests, then filter tests. It's now June the 6th, D-Day, and they are ready to go.
We didn't think we were going to make it. Insurance has come through at the last minute, so we'll fly DC-3 and D-Day markings across the channel on the 75th, so very happy. Sadly, we're not going to make it in night fright. We're 75% of the way down the road. We've just got to have a final push across the line.
Hello. Golf Alpha Foxtrot, runway 23, take off at your discretion, wind 25010 knots. Taking off 23, Golf Alpha Foxtrot.
What's the odds on one of them forgetting their passport? Happy?
I'm happy if you are.
82, rotate.
Positive climb. There you go, please.
Ben and the team are airborne after all. But back in the hangar, night fright is still a long way from taking to the skies. Charlie still has his eyes on the future, though.
We've got some exciting plans for the aircraft. It now gives us the opportunity to make a big deal of bringing the aircraft back into memory, which is going to be a significant day, not only for us, but for the families of the crew that operated the aircraft. I'm a strong believer things happen for a reason. So we're aiming for perfection here, and perfection takes time, as they say.
In Normandy, Ben and the team are dropping into the biggest wartime anniversary in years.
Fantastic. We've been working hard for the last 8 weeks, so really pleased to have made it. And it was a beautiful day, so it was a super trip. So I might not be grinning from ear to ear outside, but I am inside. The whole event is a huge tribute, isn't it? So to take part in that with an aeroplane, especially ours, and painted in RAF markings. So yeah, it was good as a tribute to them. We're patriotic Brits after all.
In Coventry, night fright still waits for her return to the sky. But the team have a new target. Late 2020. These are the planes that won wars. Proud veterans of the days when heroes fought in the skies.
You don't fly it, you actually strap it on, and then you are one with the aeroplane.
In hangars and workshops across Britain, engineers and enthusiasts are fighting a desperate duel against corrosion.
It's only glued on, I'm sure it'll be all right.
And the clock.
I'll be pretty gutted if we don't make it.
Their mission, to return historic military aircraft to the skies.
The hardest thing is finding the parts.
From Falklands vets to Cold War jets.
As a little lad, you go, Mum, can I have an Airfix kit? Now it's time to play, isn't it?
But it can be an unpredictable business.
We fueled it up and all those seals decided to let go a bit.
We need a plan B. Not sure if we've got one.
And dangerous.
It can turn nasty quickly.
Contact. You're taking off thinking if the engine stops, where are you going to land? I mean, I've had 3 engine failures.
It takes serious money.
You need a cool £3 to £6 million to get a good Spitfire.
And total dedication.
Minus 28. Some of the tools are freezing up.
15 minutes of holding a screwdriver, you can't feel your fingers.
This time on Warbird Workshop, the British military veterans fighting to keep the red flag flying.
I always thought if I saw a Russian airplane flying over the head of us, we'd be in trouble.
For the businessman who bought an unusual private jet.
It's probably the sexiest looking aeroplane you can own.
To fulfill a boyhood dream. Close to the South Wales coast stands the airfield at St Athan, once one of the RAF's most secret bases. Behind the barbed wire and armed guards, this is where NATO's frontline jets were serviced.
Okay, take it up a bit, Derek.
But the latest arrival in the hangar is an old enemy from the Cold War. This L-39 Albatross jet was built in communist Czechoslovakia and trained the Warsaw Pact's elite combat pilots.
Bring the wing down, don't take my eye. Bring the wing down from the trestle. Down, Derek! Down, Derek!
Now it's being restored by Chief Engineer John Sparks and his technical team. They'll rebuild any plane, but jets are a speciality.
Take the forks down a bit. I'm ex-Navy, but the rest of the guys all worked at St Athan here on Tornadoes, Jaguars, VC-10s, so they've all got military aircraft experience. So it's a good team. Stop! Get strapped. Winch down.
It's a major project being paid for by Lancashire businessman Steve Hartley, who bought the jet for a 6-figure sum.
I've always had a passion for jets. Earn a bit of money as life goes through. And now I'm in a position to go and buy a fast jet and, all being well, learn to fly it. It's probably the sexiest looking aeroplane you can own.
These are the points for the air brake hinges and they connect into the fuselage itself. We just have to get these out of the way so when we're dropping the wing on, they won't snag.
John's team must reassemble more than 200 components.
That's the front door lock.
Hurriedly stripped by engineers in the Baltic states and left to gather dust for years.
I made contact with a guy who was a French airline pilot, and he said, it's in Estonia. He did forget to tell me one thing, it's in Estonia with the wings off it in bits.
No one knows if anything is missing, worn out, or broken.
Pigs.
It's a massive task with an ambitious timetable. Helicopter pilot Steve wants the jet flying by next July, just 8 months away. Born in a council house in Blackburn, Steve's dad was an RAF veteran who became an engineer with English Electric building Lightning fighters.
My dad took us to an air show. I remember Lightnings flying at an air show. Wow. And all along, when I was at school, what did I draw? I drew fast jets and racing cars. As a little lad, you said to your mum, can I have an Airfix kit? And you stick it all together, all that. One day I might be able to afford one of them.
Morning, ladies. Morning, Steve. Anything of any interest?
Steve left school at 15 with no qualifications, but now he builds bridges for a living.
So you're going to take that, and you're going to take them all?
The firm he founded has an annual turnover of more than £50 million, but he recently sold out to a massive American multinational company.
Has that got a fuse to backing strip there?
It has, yeah. So we've got a backing strip that's connected to this one.
Yeah.
He hasn't got a license to fly a jet, but he's not concerned.
The L39, it's a jet trainer, so it should be quite easy to fly. I think anybody who can fly a normal fixed-wing aircraft will be able to fly one of these.
It's December 2018. After a full stocktake, the team are confident all the major components are present. However, a critical stage has been reached.
We lift the fuselage onto the wing and lift that on and mate it together. And then we can make the aircraft manoeuvrable rather than just sitting in the hangar stuck on stands. That's plan A. Go on. It's got to go onto the wing quite squared.
It's lifting square that way, but it's on a twist.
The fuselage weighs more than 2 tons.
Just trying to get the balance right. She's nose heavy, very nose heavy at the moment. Of course, a lot of bits are off, and the seats are in, and we need it to sit square when we lower it onto the wing.
Yeah, that's right.
Never drop one. I've heard of people that have dropped them, but it's mainly overseas. We try and get everything belts and braces with us.
The shackles are different sizes.
It's a zero tolerance fit. Obviously you don't want it to be loose because it's the wing that's holding it onto it. I'm nervous every time. They're old airplanes, and but if you didn't do it for a living, what else would you do?
The Albatross was designed as an advanced trainer for all the Eastern Bloc air forces. The difficulty of learning to fly Russia's early jet fighters took a terrible toll on rookie pilots.
These young flyers have achieved success only through long hours of training and practice. Real skill can be acquired only in the air. Look at the precision with which Senior Lieutenant Moisekin executes this complicated maneuver.
The L-39 meant recruits were better prepared to fly the MiGs and Sukhoi jets that confronted the RAF throughout the Cold War. And it saw combat in several wars involving satellite states.
It's a very, very good aeroplane. The Russians designed aeroplanes that can be fixed in a tractor factory or in a local garage.
It doesn't make the next step any easier, though. One wrong move could write off Steve's new jet.
This is the danger bit of this, because things can slip. You can jam little pipes and all that.
Come down a bit, Steve. Can we have a couple of eyes watching the front and eyes watching the back? We'll move the stand of the wing rather than the airframe. Down a touch. Stop. Don't come down. Stop.
They must line up 2 holes on components that together weigh 7 tons. The fit must be millimeter perfect.
Again. Again. One more.
That looks pretty damn good from here.
At last, the wings and fuselage are reunited.
Stop there. Hold it, hold it.
Now John and the team must hammer home giant bolts that keep the two parts together.
The back of the wing needs to come up, so I'll just do that now.
Because there's a rotating bush in there, you have to get the actual wing castings right and the rotating bush right. So you've got to get 4 things in the right position to get the bolt through. So all 4 going together and none going at all.
You don't put it in the right place.
Take the nose that way a bit. Bit more. Bit more. Right, 2 side ones are in. It should be just a matter of rocking it. Right, wings on.
Yeah, back seat as well.
4 bolts. But that's all an airplane needs. It's all the structure of the airframe. When it's flying, the airflow's under the wing, so it's lifting the airplane up anyway, isn't it? So that's how strong it is. A couple more weeks yet, but she'll be ready to go, yeah. But the main job of getting the wing on is a good job.
But there's a lot of work ahead for project manager Martin Alderson, including a shakedown of the hydraulics and electrical circuits.
Bit of a learning curve going from the British way of doing things to the Russian way of doing things.
To pass the time, Steve pursues his other hobby. But his need for real speed keeps him focused on the L-39.
It's just the passion, isn't it? Sitting in a fast jet, you know, they're a nice thing to have. Now it's time to play, isn't it? And have some fun.
RAF St Athan was for 50 years the UK's biggest plane servicing base. Every week, dozens of frontline jets would fly in to be made ready to go back on duty. But now, Hangar 1 has a new role. Home to many of the UK's private jet warbirds.
Effectively, Horizon Aircraft is an MOT station for aircraft rather than cars. So we operate about 80 aircraft all around the country and around Europe as well, so we've got some there. And they come in here for their servicing. Military jets are a niche market. You've got to be able to afford to keep them there. They're cheap to buy, very expensive to maintain and run.
On average, about £2,000 for every hour flown. Together, the engineering team have hundreds of years of experience keeping RAF and Navy jets in the air, and their skills are priceless.
In the warbird industry, we have a lot of old airplanes, and a lot of the older generation are now passing away. Getting people to work on jets, ex-military jets, is hard work. And obviously most of these guys worked on the modern jet, and it was trying to demilitarize these people to go back to cables and controls and things like that rather than computers. But I've got a great team here now.
It's January, 5 weeks after the Albatross's arrival.
Everything's going very well. Got all the tail on, we've got the tail all connected.
And in the St Athan hangar, John and the team are trying to repair the jet's hydraulic system.
They're setting everything up to make sure when it gets into flight, everything works as it should do.
Right, power going on.
Senior engineer Martin is in charge of the mission to return the Albatross to the sky.
I'm just winding hydraulics on now to 150 bar. Things are going to move, so we need to make sure nothing's in the way. Initially it'll be looking for puddles of oil on the floor. If you've got a leak, you'll eventually lose your hydraulic fluid, so you lose your pressure, which then means your undercarriage doesn't work, your flaps don't work, your air brakes don't work. Right, you happy? Undercarriage up. Right, thanks, hands off.
The flaps that allow the pilot to slow the aircraft for landing.
Flaps to half. Okay, flaps fully down. Flaps half, up to half. Flaps fully up. Undercarriage coming down. You don't want problems up there. I'd rather have the problems down here where I can fix them.
The Albatross works much like any Western jet, but its cockpit contains some confusing indications for its new owners.
A red light to a British engineer is up and travelling, gears moving or unsafe. But to the Russians, it's up and locked. Bit of a learning curve going from the British way of doing things to the Russian way of doing things.
When I first joined the Air Force in 1978, I never thought I'd be working on Russian aircraft 40 years later.
Cold War rivals are now parked side by side.
I always thought if I saw a Russian airplane flying over the head of us, we'd be in trouble. But here we are. Times have changed.
The Albatross isn't the only jet warbird that has found a home here in Wales.
This is a Hunter T8C. It's operated in Holland, and this is the two-seater trainer. They're desperate to get this back, obviously, because they want to train more pilots. So we're hoping to get this one finished for February to go back. The person who actually owns this isn't a pilot. And same as Steve with the L39. He's not a pilot, but he wants to fly in it, and that's why he's bought it. This L29's in for its annual service now, so it'll be coming in. It's going to be stripped down to the bare nuts and bolts again, and that'll be flying around the airshow circuit next year. And then obviously you come on to the British Aerospace Hawk. That one about £1 million. If you have an engine go, you're talking £500,000 to replace the engine. So it's a little bit different than having a piston engine, having a jet. If you're going to doing warbirds and say you're going to make a profit and make a business out of it, you might as well quit today.
Also on the job roster for Martin, working out the instructions for fitting the drop tanks used to carry extra fuel.
With this one we got an English translation of a Russian manual done by a non-engineer. The armament system, illumination, tally system, controls.
We sometimes have aeroplanes and all you just get is a big bag of bolts and you go, and that's a waste of time to us, so we don't know where they go half the time.
The drop tanks can be released, so they need to be reset.
But details are often lost in translation.
The liquid sheep is a hydraulic ram. Mud strainer is a filter. It can be confusing.
And sometimes trial and error is the only way.
It's not over centre, is it? I bet that's something to do with there. They're always different. So this one could be exactly the same day built as another L39, but it won't be the same.
In a month or so, I'm going to ask for a pilot to jump in this and take it flying. So I've got to be 100% confident that everything's going to work.
There's no laybys in the sky, you can't just pull over. That's it, there's only one way and it's down.
Danger is part of the thrill of owning and flying a warbird. And Steve likes risk.
What I've done with the brake, Steve, I've left the brake pedal, so when you're flat on brakes, you can just move across to the throttle.
Today in North Wales, he's indulging another of his hobbies, racing vintage Formula One cars.
When you buy these cars, people say they're ready to go, but they're so complicated. When you actually strip them down and go through them, you realise that what's changing, this what's changing. I suppose it's the ultimate, isn't it? If somebody says Formula One and you get in one, you know you're in the fastest thing you can play in. It's just that desire for speed. There's an element of competitiveness. And then there's an element of danger, and it's like the jet fighter. You shouldn't really be up there, should you?
This season, Steve will be racing at circuits in Belgium, France, and the USA. And if he's lucky, he could be flying there in his own personal fighter jet.
I suppose you're always saying how lucky you are. Well, you should do anyway. Man out of a council house, me, you know. So, yeah.
Back at St. Athan, it's time to check the emergency systems on the Albatross.
You never want the pilots to use the emergency systems. They're there for a reason, but you never want a pilot to use it. A lot of times we check the emergencies because they've never been used, so we don't want them to be used.
What we'll do is an emergency down for the undercarriage, emergency down for the flaps. We'll extend the ram air turbine, starting with the undercarriage, which is the round one, pull it up and back.
The plan is for an experienced test pilot to be brought in for Steve's first flight.
I see the dangers of it.
Flap, second lever, full flap.
But I want to learn to fly it, land it, do everything that you can with it. But in essence, you don't really want to do it on your own.
Rat. If the electrics fail, puts the fan down into the airflow. Select air brakes.
Yeah.
The air brakes open.
It's beginning to look as a complete aeroplane. There's still quite a bit to do on the connection side of it. Then within the next few days, hopefully we'll be able to take it out and start the engine up. So you've got to make sure that works okay.
But the tests to come are high risk.
Anything gets hot or starts burning, it can turn nasty quickly.
And Steve gets a stark safety warning.
If anything goes wrong, if you see me jumping out,
I'll be following.
try and be ahead of me. Starting micro.
All clear my side, totally clear it off.
It's spring, and Steve is heading south to St. Athan in one of his 2 helicopters.
Clear to Blackpool 119 and 95.
Today, if all goes well, his L-39 jet will be started for the first time.
I started learning to fly a helicopter, loved every bloody minute of it. But this is like a mode of transport, where the jet is something that you should have some fun in.
The way out of the hangar is being cleared for Steve's Albatross.
I'm just trying to work out how I'm getting enough space at the moment. Roll the hawk back, we've got a couple of feet to spare, which will give us a little bit more room.
Its jet engine hasn't been started in years.
Can someone grab a battery? If you don't know how it fits, give us a shout and I'll do it. Back slowly. Steady. Ground runs today. We'll clear that rig. So we'll be shoving 500 litres of fuel in and hopefully everything goes sweet as a nut.
But there are no guarantees.
It's like anything else, so if you crash one of these to another aircraft, you create 10 grand's worth of damage.
I can't see anything at the back.
You just got to make sure you don't hit anything.
Today is a landmark moment for Steve. A big step nearer to fulfilling a lifelong ambition.
About 13 years of age, my dad says, "What are you going to do when you leave school?" And I tell him what I wanted to be. I want to be a fast jet fighter pilot. And he went, "Nah, forget it, Steve. You're not good enough. You're not clever enough." As time goes on, you think, that's doable, is that?
The jet needs fuel.
There's nothing in there. 500 litres, please.
But Martin's worried.
All right. If you see any fuel dropping out, Luke, give us a shout.
No worries. Fingers crossed.
We think we've got all the connections, but you never know until whether you've got them tight until you put the liquid in. Hopefully it all stays in.
It takes 10 minutes to half fill the tanks.
Cheers, Luke. EGT front, that's off. Engine don't need. Brakes are off. All forward. Checking all the switches are selected for the front cockpit. Just making sure virtually everything is good to go.
It's easy for jet engines to have like a leaking pipe near the engine, and that's the big danger with jets like this. It sets a fire, really easy.
Not nervous, just wary of what can go wrong. Anything gets hot or starts burning, it can turn nasty quickly. So as it's the first run for a few years, we're getting a fire truck over, just as a precaution. Hopefully it's going to go very well. You can never tell with aircraft, not when they've been sat on the ground for a while. They can be temperamental, but hopefully she will light up in the correct sense. Right. Parking brake on. Start on. Fuel pump on. Ignition on. Pitos off. Undercarriage down. Weapons safe. Power on?
Yeah.
Right. Generator on. Clear micro.
Martin starts the igniters.
2.
Within seconds, the jet is at 80% thrust. Now, 100%, 4,500 pounds of thrust, enough to take this plane to nearly 500 miles an hour.
Aircon and canopy. Yeah.
Steve's jet does exactly what they hoped.
You doing well?
Sorry?
Good?
Yeah.
The Albatross is almost ready for takeoff.
Oh, brilliant.
Very pleased, yeah, very pleased. Now what we'll do, let it cool down, let the guys have some lunch, and then you can come out and jump in the back and we'll start it again. Good day's work.
Yep.
Good day. Took longer to get it out of the hangar than it did to actually do the job.
No leaks either.
He'll be smiling better when he's sat in the back. And I go, it's all yours. It's a big boy's toy to him. Get his hands on it today. A low-powered run.
Throttle set, contact. Set, contact.
One of the few British pilots to have flown an L-39 knows what comes next. Warbird veteran Taff Smith owned the first one in the West.
I'd mortgaged my house, mortgaged everything I had to get an airplane that was ex-Gaddafi. ex-Libyan Air Force. I went over to Hungary to the Slovakian Air Force for technical college training. And then I went over to the Czech Republic and flew their airplanes with the test pilots. Were great guys. It's a lovely, lovely airplane. They were hand-built in Prague and they were always beautifully made. All the riveting, all handmade, just like a Ferrari. The instrumentation was very, very good. Nice to fly, straight-wing technology, so it's conventional in the fact that it gives you plenty of warning when it approaches the stall, a lot of pre-stall buffet. Nice to do aerobatics in, behaves extremely well.
And Taff has some advice for Steve.
Flying a fast jet, you really need, conventional fixed-wing training to lead up to that.
So you think he's got a bit of a mountain to climb here?
If he hasn't got any fixed-wing experience, he's got a very big mountain to climb, for sure.
I'm just arming the system, front and back too.
Back at St. Athan, it's Steve's turn to sit in his own jet.
Right, that's all the instruments. That's your engine instruments, that's the fuel pressure, that's fuel, that's the RPM. The quick way out, pull that lever back if anything goes wrong. If you see me jumping out,
I'll be following.
try and be ahead of me. Clear main.
Super duper. There you go, you're in. Right. Then there's another one there. I climb out of there like I've done it for years. It's very good. Puts a smile on your face.
Only the final safety checks on the ejection seats stand in the way of Steve and his dream.
The big thing with the ejection seats, they are pyrotechnics and they are dangerous. They've got to be treated very, very carefully. The pilot needs to know that if he ejects, his parachute's going to work, he's going to separate. Everything like that's got to work.
You're pleased with your purchase?
Well, when I say front nose, lift off the runway going down there, I will be. Yeah, I will be. That's the deal. That's when I pay him. No, it is. Oh, that's the deal.
But the deal is about to go sour on Steve. While servicing the two ejection seats, Martin makes a worrying discovery that could jeopardize the whole project. After nearly 7 months of work on the L-39, Chief Engineer Martin and the team at St. Athan have made a discovery about one of the ejector seats that is so serious it could put an end to the project.
I refitted the front seat, that went no problem. The rear seat has been changed.
The guys in Estonia are a bit naughty. They'd robbed one of the seats out, and we know because John Sports took all the serial numbers.
The team must find the missing seat in Estonia, or source lethal Semtex explosives for its replacement. Neither option is going to be easy.
As soon as these rocket packs are installed, the aircraft's ready to go. The trouble being, because it's a Czech airplane, getting parts from the Czech Republic here, especially explosives, has been the problem. But it saves your life at the end of the day, so you need the right things in there.
It's July, the fruitless search for the lost seat has been abandoned. For 2 months, John and Steve had been scouring Europe for explosives and someone who can supply them legally to the UK.
Unfortunately, there's a waiting time for the cartridges that detonate the seat out, and then when you find people that will deal with you, then you need a special explosive licence to transport them. You may need an import licence for importing explosives. So that's the frustration.
After all the hard work rebuilding and testing the L-39, the project has stalled. A week later, Steve is at the Silverstone race circuit, satisfying the need for speed in his Formula One car. As for the L-39, he's made a big decision.
The L-39, where are we? It's been 5 months now, and I've been trying to organise completing on the deal. But unfortunately, it became such a pain, and I never ever thought we'd sort it out. I bought another aircraft. Whilst I was trying to locate somebody in the Czech Republic to send the seats to, this guy said, would you like to buy an L-39? A real top-notch, out of the factory, fantastic L-39, but it's not cheap. But when I saw the aircraft, I went, wow. So, unfortunately, I bought it.
Steve's jet has stood gathering dust in the hangar for more than 6 months. It's about to be replaced by a newer model.
It's being flown from Prague. I had to send her some money over, uninsured, to people you don't know, and in exchange, you trust them to send the aeroplane over. But everybody stuck to their word, and all being well, it's nearly here.
Good afternoon. Continue visual approach at runway 25. QNH is 1015.
Hey, sweetheart.
Back home in Lancashire, Steve's wife, Moira, is understandably concerned.
I know. I mean, I'm on ground. We just literally stood on runway waiting for it to land. Right, sorry, love. I know it is. Hey, sun shines out here.
I'm out of the front of QNH.
Oh, he's here. It looks fast when it's going slow, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've Roger, runway 25, cleared to land, service wind 280 degrees 16 knots. 5 land and ready, runway 25. Runway 25, 40.
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. You'll have to get noise of this when it goes past. Come all this way, at last turning you got wrong. You should have turned into anger and turned into the... Looks all right, that, doesn't it? It's beautiful.
The jet's being delivered by test pilots from the Czech factory.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Okay.
Good flight?
Yeah, it was fine,
thank
but
you for
first in
welcome.
the morning
Yes.
was the weather not very expected there, but it seems to be through the day.
No, this looks in very good nick. This looks almost as good as that one did. I will get this one sorted out, get it on the register, get it airborne. It'll be no different to the other one, apart from I ain't got to put it together.
All that remains is for the Civil Aviation Authority to change the jet's registration paperwork from the Czech Republic to the UK. With Britain still officially part of the EU, it should be a simple process. But it isn't. It takes 2 months to translate the jet's records.
We need the whole history of the aeroplane, from the day it was built. Because this one's come from the Czech Republic, most of the paperwork is in Czech. So a lot of the time has been deciphering lots of hours and pilots' names and things to get it. And this is the sort of thing we get. So we've had to take all this information from these books, which are very good. A lot of them are in foreign languages, so we have to decipher all that, make up what they call an airworthiness notice, which tells the CAA the history of the aircraft, what modifications it's gotten, and that's been the delay. The paperwork has taken longer than the aircraft to build on the modification, really.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Civil Aviation Authority.
For over 4 months, the St. Athan team have been waiting for an official survey of the L-39 to be carried out by a CAA engineer.
You wouldn't believe how frustrated I am. We take the airplane out every 30 days to run it, of course, because we have to keep that under the regulations. And it just sits there, and we just bring it back in, and another 30 days, we take it out again, burn some more fuel off. It's ready to go. Documentation's ready to go. Everything's ready to go. It's just a survey and a piece of paper that's to be signed.
For aircraft certification, please press 2.
Calls go unanswered,
Airplane is currently unavailable.
sometimes unreturned.
Please leave a message after the tone.
We're just waiting for them to confirm that I've written everything they want to write in a piece of paper for them. I've done as much as I can, and that's as far as I can go.
Steve is still determined to fulfill his lifetime dream. He has a test pilot lined up and even a hangar waiting nearer to his home.
First stage, takeoff flap. Second landing flap. I reckon this is more difficult to fly than the real thing.
But at the moment, this is the only thing that we've got.
The only thing we've got.
Frustrating?
To say the least, yeah.
This has been a boyhood ambition, hasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, the CAA don't really care about that, do they? I mean, they've just got a job to do. They're not really bothered about Steve Hartley and his passion. But I feel we're nearly there. I feel we're nearly there.
His first jet is up for sale and destined for a buyer in the USA, where owning a Warbird is somewhat simpler.